You didn't plug the charger. You did not. Hi, welcome to our Sunday morning live streaming for today. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our live streaming for today. If you are joining me live and you can hear me, please let me know where you're streaming from, your location, where you're streaming from. Welcome to IFA College. I am IYANIFA Ewa, and welcome to live streaming for today. Let me know where you're streaming from on the live. Let me know where you're streaming from today. Welcome. David, if you can hear me, please let me know. If you can hear me, please let me know. Where are we streaming from today? David, I need you to be close. Put this thing that is covering the picture. Put it behind. Grand Rising, Ojimoreo, Aboru Aboye. Thank you very much for streaming. Let me know where you are streaming from. Grand Rising, good morning. Where are you streaming from? As you're joining live, please let me know that you can hear me clearly and let me know where you're streaming from. We're streaming from welcome to IFA College. Let me know where you're streaming from. Let me know where you're joining us live from. Agege Lagos, thank you. Ari Yonu, thank you for the gift. From Lagos, where else are we streaming from? I can see our regular viewers from Canada. I can see Mr. Dave Ekaro from Brussels in Germany. Thank you so much. As you're joining live, please tap the screen so that we can get this live streaming viral. So today, as usual, we have another topic to treat today. And today, let's share the link with our friends and family on our WhatsApp streaming. Today, we are talking about spiritual calling and IFA. Yes. The number of times I've heard people come to me say, I have a spiritual calling. They said I have a calling. Orisha has called me. Ifa has called me. Some people even have spiritual callings that they have known from childhood, but they ventured into church and into mosque to answer their calling. Now they are finding their way back to African spirituality. So today we are going to be talking about everything that has to do with spiritual calling and what does Ifa and ISHESHE have to do with it. Let's keep tapping. As you join in, kindly introduce yourself and let me know where you're streaming from. Today we are streaming from Lagos, Nigeria. We're streaming from our office in Lagos, Nigeria. And I am IYANIFA Ewa, the founder of the IFA College. And we have something special on today's live streaming. For those of you that have been following, thank you so much. For those of you that have been following, you know that I have been the only one anchoring this program. I have never had a special guest on set, but today we're going to be having a special set on set, a special guest on set, who is going to be sharing their own experience about having a having a spiritual calling. They're going to be sharing their experience with us. How do you know you have a spiritual calling? What are those signs that you see that you know that is a calling? Is it true that when spirits call you, when orishas call you, when irumoles call you, and you don't answer, they literally mess up your life? Is it true? Or is it something else that is responsible? How do you even answer that calling? Because a lot of us had spiritual calling and we just ran to church. We ended up becoming pastors and police and prophets and prophetesses and all of that. And in the midst of that, you still don't find that fulfillment. Then somebody tells you, it's Orisha that calls you. Then you are now finding your way back to the Orishas, but then you don't know what to do. So I have a calling. What do I do with it? Is it really a calling? And then there are different types of callings, you know. How do you know which one that you belong to? How do you identify it? Is there even anything like it? Or can I just wake up one morning and say, I'm interested in serving my Orishas. I'm interested in this spiritual work. And I'm just going to learn it and I do it. Is that how it works? Or is it just for a particular group of people? If you're just joining in, please introduce yourself and let me know. No, don't introduce yourself. You don't have to do that. Let me just know where you're streaming from. If you're catching a replay on YouTube, this is the TikTok channel of IFA College. So if you want to join us on our next live streaming, which is on Sunday morning, it will be 12 noon Nigerian time, 7 a.m. in EST at this time, 11 a.m. in GMT, that is for those in UK and Ghana, and it will be 3 p.m. in Dubai. And then every other time zone can, find their place. So we are here live every Sunday morning, teaching the undiluted, unwatered down truth about ISHESHE, about IFA, about African spirituality, and how we can appropriate it into our everyday life. We're not just learning for the sake of learning. It's not an abstract thing. We're learning on how to put it into our everyday life and make it make sense in this modern day life. That is what we do here every Sunday. Keep tapping so that we can get live streaming viral. Keep tapping so that we can get our live streaming viral. Welcome to IFA College. We are on the live streaming now. Introduce yourself. Let me know where you are. Yes, I'm on the live streaming. Introduce yourself and where you are streaming from. Please send me a message. Introduce yourself and where you are streaming from. Let me know where you are streaming from. Today's topic is spiritual calling in IFA and ISHESHE. Keep tapping. Let's get more and more people. Good afternoon. Let's get more and more people on the live streaming. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí ilé-ìwé ẹ̀kọ́ IFA College. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí ilé-ìwé ẹ̀kọ́ IFA College. Èmi ni olùdásílẹ̀ àti olùdarí IFA College, IYANIFA Ẹwà. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí ètò wa, ètò yín tí a máa ń ṣe ní ọjọ́ àìkú, ìyẹn ọjọ́ ìsinmi tí àwọn olóyìnbó ń pè ní ọjọ́ Sunday láràárọ̀. Tá a ti ń kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ nípa Ifá, ẹ̀kọ́ tó yè kooro nípa Ifá àti ìṣẹ̀ṣe, ibi tá a ti ń tú nǹkan táwọn bàbá wa gbélé wa lọ́wọ́, àwa ọmọ Oòduà, àwa ọmọ káàárọ̀ òjíire tá a fọwọ́ òsì júwèé lé bàbá wa, tá a wà níbí tá à ń kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ Ifá. Àbọ̀rú àbọ̀yè àwo ẹ ṣé gan ni lórí live streaming yìí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa tẹ screen wa, àwòrán tó wà lórí screen wa yẹn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa tẹ̀ so that a lè ní likes. Bí likes yẹn ṣe ń pọ̀ sí ni TikTok ṣe ń fi page ló ṣe ń fi hàn àwọn èèyàn sí pé àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ pọ̀ tó fẹ́ mọ òótọ́ tó wà nídìí Ifá àti ìṣẹ̀ṣe. Ní ọ̀sọ̀ọ̀sẹ̀ la máa ń ní ẹ̀kọ́ yìí, lọ́sọ̀ọ̀sẹ̀ la máa ń ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ wa. Ní orí ẹ̀kọ́ tòní, àkọlé ẹ̀kọ́ wa tèmi ni àwọn tó ní ìpè ti ẹ̀mí nínú Ifá. Wọ́n máa sọ pé òrìṣà pè mí, Ifá pè mí, ẹgbẹ́ pè mí, mo tiẹ̀ ní ìpè lórí tí wọn ò dẹ̀ mọ bí wọ́n ṣe máa ṣe. Mo tọrọ gáfárà fáwọn tí ò gbédè òyìnbó, mo ti sọ òyìnbó sẹ́yìn, a tún máa sọ èdè abínibí wa. Apologies to those that don't understand the Yoruba language. I have said so many things in English and I would speak in Yoruba. So this is a mix of both, okay? So whatever it is you hear me say in Yoruba, I have definitely said it in English first. Nǹkan tá a fẹ́ kọ́ lénìí nìyẹn. Báwo ni mo tiẹ̀ ṣe máa mọ̀ bóyá mo ní ìpè ní tòótọ́? Iṣẹ́ àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ yìí, iṣẹ́ Ifá yìí, pé a fẹ́ di IYANIFA, babaláwo, ìyá lórìṣà, bàbá lórìṣà, oníṣègùn, eléwé ọmọ ni, elére ni. Ìyí tá a bá fẹ́ ṣe níbẹ̀, báwo la ṣe máa mọ ibi tí wọ́n pè wá sí gangan? How do you know that calling that is yours? How do you know who called you? Àwọn kan tí wá tiẹ̀ ti yà lọ sí ilé ìjọsìn àwọn ti Kìrìsìtẹ́nì, àwọn kan ti yà lọ sí ilé ìjọsìn ti àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn kejì, tá a lọ fi ìpè wa tá a lọ fi ṣiṣẹ́ ń bẹ̀, a ṣe síwájú, a ṣe sẹ́yìn, ó sì kù díẹ̀ níbì kan tí ò tíì pé. Torí ẹ̀ la ṣe wá sí ẹ̀sìn àwọn bàbá wa, tá a tọ nǹkan àwọn bàbá wa lọ pé ó dàbí pé mo ní pé báwo ni mo ṣe fẹ́ ṣe é. A lot of you have this spiritual calling and you have delved into so many other forms of spirituality, and then they still tell you that you are not answering the call. Now you are in IFA, now you are in ISHESHE. What are the steps to it? Let's keep tapping, let's keep sharing. Once we're on 11K likes, we'll get started with the streaming for today. And I said today we are going to have a special guest. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, a ní àlejò pàtàkì kan lórí ètò lénìí. During the course of the streaming, our special guest will come in to share his own journey and his own calling. And I wanted to have somebody who is not exactly in Ifa, tí ò kì í ṣọmọ Yorùbá, pé báwo ló tiẹ̀ ṣe rí ní ọ̀dọ̀ tiyín gan tẹ́ ẹ bá sọ pé èèyàn nípè lọ́dọ̀ àwọn alálẹ̀ ilẹ̀, àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe káwa tó ṣe, àwọn aláṣepù tó bá pè èèyàn báwo ló ṣe máa ń rí. Keep tapping, keep sharing, and let me know where you are streaming from. Once we hit 11K, we'll get started with our streaming today. We are going to our friends on TikTok, on Instagram. Sorry, we are going to our friends on WhatsApp to remind them of what we are, of our live streaming for today. Thank you very much from Sweden. Brownie B, it's good to have you here again. Ezekiel from Ikorodu, thank you very much. As you like, go and open the gate for that. Tell David, open the gate. As you join in, let me know where you're streaming from. Continue to tap. Once we're at 11K, we get started. From Manchester in the United Kingdom, thank you. I really do appreciate your presence here today. Don't forget that I said every time you come on the live streaming, make sure you have a pen and a writing material to be able to write what we are teaching. And if you happen not to be able to wait till the end of the streaming, not to worry, there will be a replay on our YouTube channel. All our previous live streamings, replay has been uploaded on YouTube channel. For those of you that have been asking for the replay of our teaching on Egbe, it is available on YouTube now. It was posted a few days ago on YouTube, where I think it was a 4.5 hours live streaming where I explained what is Egbe, and every question you need answered on Egbe was on that live streaming, and it's available on our YouTube channel. YouTube channel is IYANIFA Ewa TV. I see the person from Switzerland. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Priestess. Oh, sorry, I can't pronounce that name. But we have a priestess from Switzerland. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. Yes, I really do appreciate your presence here today. Yes. I appreciate your presence here today. Once we get to 11K, we get started. So let's do a short recap of what we learned last week. Last week, we talked about, who can remember what our topic was about last week? Please, very fast. I can see people that were here last week here today. What did we teach about last week? We talked about a very important topic in IFA. Who can remember? Who can remember? Who can remind us what was our topic for last week? This is a school. This is a class. You are learning. And one of the major things about learning is being able to remember what you have learned. Because what's the essence on staying on this live streaming? Burning out your data, and then you listen and then you don't remember anything you are taught. Who can remember what I taught last week? I'm waiting. Who can remember what I taught last week? Last week we talked about, now that I have come to IFA, what next? Now that I have embraced African spirituality, what next? What are the steps to take for me to be able to take advantage and fulfill everything I have to do according to African spirituality to the maximum? So we talked about, now that I have come to IFA, now that I have come to ISHESHE, Now that I have come to African spirituality, what next? That's what we talked about last week. And then this week, we are teaching on spiritual calling. Last week, I told us that we're going to be having a program. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. We're going to be having a program, and it's a spiritual mentoring program that goes in depth, step by step, on your journey in IFA. Now that you have come to IFA, what next? I will take you through your step by step process to transition from the Western Abrahamic religion where you are coming from to African spirituality, and to know how to take that step, one step at a time, how to go about it. It's a unique individual journey. So there is no such thing as a general, a general laid down step by step principle for everybody. In the spiritual mentoring program group, I work with you hand in hand on your journey. First of all, how do you handle the people that are your friends, family, and loved ones right now who do not resonate with African spirituality? That's the biggest step. You don't want to mess up your relationship with your friends and family, but you still want to be able to practice African spirituality, Ifa and ISHESHE. How do you navigate that? How do you navigate the emotions of guilt, the emotions of confusion, the emotions of doubt, of fear that comes with it? Am I doing the right thing? Is this the right way to do it? Am I going to be accepted? Am I not hurting other people? All of those things was what I explained last week. So if you want to be part of that spiritual mentoring program, just send a DM, okay? Send a DM and then just make a request. I want to be part of the spiritual mentoring program. Now that I have come to IFA, I want to know what next to do. I want to know how to navigate my journey in IFA. I want to know how to navigate my journey with my ancestors. As you join in, kindly introduce yourself. This is IFA College, and I am IYANIFA. Welcome to our Sunday morning live streaming, and we are about to start. Yeah, thank you very much, Murayo. We are about to start. So today, our topic is centered on spiritual calling. Now, before we start the program, what's the first thing we do? Should I send it on WhatsApp? Yes, you can send it on WhatsApp if you have the WhatsApp. If you have the WhatsApp number, you can send it on WhatsApp if you have it. We're going to I'm going to post the WhatsApp number in a few minutes for those who do not have it. So what are the things we are going to start with? Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò, ẹ káàbọ̀, ẹ kú ilé o, ẹ kú ọjọ́ mẹ́ta o, báwo lọ̀sẹ̀ yín ṣe lọ? A dúpẹ́ o, ojú tẹ́ fi ń wò wá kò ní fọ́, etí tẹ́ fi ń gbọ́ wá kò ní dí. Àbọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀yè fún gbogbo ọmọ awo tó wà lórí live streaming, ẹ ṣé, a dúpẹ́. So we're about to start. Please, can somebody tell me, before we start this program, what's the first thing we do? The reason I'm asking is I want to make sure you are learning, because I can't come here every day and just be speaking to myself. I want to make sure you are learning. So before you start on anything, as an ISHÄÉSE, as an IFA devotee, what is the first thing you start with? Iba. Iba is the first thing you start with. The person that said Iwure is not exactly Iwure. Iwure is like prayers to dig up blessings. What we start with is Iba. Iba is when we pay homage to the powers and the forces that be. We recognize all the powers that have come together to make this possible. Ìbà la kọ́kọ́ máa ń ṣe. Òun ni Yorùbá ṣe máa ń sọ pé ewúrẹ́ tó wọlé tí ò júbà, òun ló dẹran àmúso. Paying homage is the first thing that we do. That is why we say there's an adage in Yoruba that says the goat that came in the other day without paying homage, he was the one that was tied up for the sacrifice. The ram that came in the other day without paying homage to the powers that be was the one that was tied up for a sacrifice. But we have come and we are paying homage first. Because of that, the blessings of whatever it is we are doing will be released to us. David, so a máa ṣe ìbà báyìí ká tó bẹ̀rẹ̀. Yeah, I can. So ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe ìbà. Akọ́dá ayé ìbà. This way and then stop it. Move it towards your side. Like Oh, don't worry, don't worry, I'm fine. Okay. Akọ́dá ayé ìbà, ìbà ṣẹ̀dá, ìbà tí wáyé ọjọ́, ìbà tí wọ̀ oòrùn. Ìbà ẹni tó kọ́kọ́ tẹ̀ ká tó tẹ̀. Elédùmarè ọba tẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé àṣèbà ọ, a ní kíbà wá ṣẹ. Ìbà jagunmalè, olúwo òdi ọ̀run, ìbà olúbíkin, ìbà gbogbo agbára tó solé ayé ró, ìbà ẹ̀yin ìyá mi ọ̀pàkẹ́ àlàkẹ́, ẹ̀yin alágogo idẹ, ẹ̀yin olókìkí òru, ẹ̀yin ọlọ́mọ kan tún fún gba ọmọ lọ́mú, ẹ̀yin ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan tí ń bẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì jà, àṣèbà yín o, a ní kíbà wá ṣẹ. Ìbà orí, ìbà ẹlẹ́dàá, ìbà ojú kọ̀ọ̀kan tó péjọ síbí lénìí, àṣèbà orí wa, àṣèbà ẹlẹ́dàá wa, ìbà ìyá àti bàbá tó dá wa sáyé, tó bí wa sáyé, àwọn tó ṣọlọ́kọ̀ tó wà wá wá sáyé, àṣèbà ọ. Gbogbo àwọn tó sì wà pẹ̀lú wa níbí àtàwọn tó ti rebi àgbáre, àṣèbà, àṣèbà. Ìbà gbogbo babaláwo, ìyánífá, ìyá lórìṣà, bàbá lórìṣà, ìbà olúwo, ìbà gbogbo ìyá àbíyè ní orígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbálá ayé tẹ́ wà, àṣèbà yín o, àṣèbà gbogbo agbára, àṣèbà gbogbo orúnmọlẹ̀, àṣèbà gbogbo òrìṣà, ògúnlákayé ọ̀ṣìmọ̀lẹ̀, àṣèbà. Ládékojú, ọ̀ṣùṣẹ̀ǹgẹ̀ṣẹ́, àṣèbà. Yemọja, ẹbọra tí ń gbé nínú omi, àṣèbà. Láàlú ògiri òkú, àṣèbà. Láàróyè, àṣèbà. Àṣèbà gbogbo agbára, àṣèbà gbogbo òrìṣà, Ọbàtálá, Ọbàtáàṣà, àṣèbà. Àṣèbà ajé olókun, àṣèbà ajé olókun asọ̀rọ̀dayọ̀, àṣèbà gbogbo irúnmọlẹ̀ pátápátá, àṣèbà. Ẹgbẹ́ ayé ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀run, àṣemúsù ẹgbẹ́ ọ, àṣèbà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, àṣèbà ọ, àṣèbà. Wọ́n ní ọmọdé tó bá wọlé tó júbà òun ló máa roko dalẹ́. Èmi àti yín ti wọlé àti júbà lénìí, ó dẹ̀ di dandan ká roko dalẹ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, a ní kíbà wá ṣẹ ọ, ìbà. Bá a ṣe ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ live streaming yìí lénìí, gbogbo agbára tó solé ayé ró, a pè yín wá síbí lénìí kẹ́ ẹ wá fi ìmọ̀ kún ìmọ̀ wa, kẹ́ ẹ wá fi òye kún òye wa. Gbogbo ìmọ̀ àti òye tá a kọ́ lénìí kó jẹ́ nǹkan tá a lè múlò ní gbogbo ìgbésí ayé wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Etí tẹ́ fi ń gbọ́ mi kò ní di, ojú tẹ́ fi ń wò mí náà kò ní fọ́ ọ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Mo ṣe àbọrú, àbọyè, àbọ̀ ṣíṣe fún gbogbo ọmọ awo, gbogbo olúwo, gbogbo àwọn bàbá, ìyá ìyá lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbálá ayé. Ẹ̀yọ́nú yín la béèrè fún o, ẹ̀yin tó láyé, ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè gbélé ayé lé lọ́wọ́, ẹ̀yọ́nú yín la béèrè fún lénìí. Kíbà wá ṣẹ ọ, ìbà ṣẹ, ìbà ṣẹ, ìbà ṣẹ. Somebody said my voice is not syncing with my lips. You probably need to restart your phone. Network is very good today. So let's get started. Spiritual calling. You know, our classes are always very interactive. So the first question I'm going to ask is, have you ever heard anything called spiritual calling? Have you ever heard it before? Like, people have spiritual calling. Like, spirits actually call them. Literally, that's what spiritual calling means. Have you heard anything like that? Comment section, please. I need participation. Let's keep tapping. Let's keep liking. You have heard about spiritual calling. Who else have heard that there is something called spiritual calling, that spirits can call you? Now, those of you that have heard it, are you the one that has experienced it personally? Is it you personally that has experienced a spiritual calling, that you feel that spirits have called you? Is it a personal experience? If yours is a personal experience, just type yes, personal experience. Let me know if I have people on this streaming who have had personal experiences with spiritual calling. Have you experienced it? Okay, no. Any other person on this live streaming who has experienced spiritual calling? Who has experienced spiritual calling? Nobody, not personal. Please, if it's personal, I need to know. There's a reason I'm asking. If it's personal to you, like personally, you know you have a calling, or somebody has told you before that, madam, you have a calling. Personally, you said yes, okay, ma, priestess, yeah, okay, I know. From your name, I know you have a personal spiritual calling. All right, so what exactly does it mean when you say spirit called you? So as usual, I'm listed out our class today, our teaching today. You have been told severally, Mr. Dave, Ṣé ẹ̀yin wá answer call yín lọ́dọ̀ wa báyìí? Torí I need yín o. So Mr. Dave too has a spiritual calling. That's good. So I have highlighted what we are going to teach, and we're going to take it one by one. So in Ifa, recognizing that you have a spiritual calling can be a very heavy thing. It's something you are not prepared for. Nobody chooses to be called. All of a sudden, you just hear you have a calling. You came to this world, you had your personal dreams and aspirations, you had your personal goal. Then, somewhere along the line, that personal goal will just be interrupted. Please explain if the person has seen himself. Please, if you are joining this live streaming for the first time, if you have questions that does not pertain to this topic, just send me a DM with your question. Answering question that has nothing to do with this topic is a distraction. So I assume the person asking is joining us on this live streaming for the first time. Please ask your question that doesn't pertain to this teaching. Ask it via DM so that we can focus on what we are teaching. So, you know, you are going on with your regular everyday life. You dream of becoming a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, a housewife, an odogu, whatever it is. And then spirits just interrupt. You start going left and right. They are telling you have a calling. And if you don't answer that calling, you cannot be successful. Something you did not choose, something you know nothing about, it can be overwhelming. Recognizing it, accepting it, being sure of what it is, verifying that it's even true can be very overwhelming. So I broke it down into this point. Let's take it one by one. Now, how do you know that you have a calling? Aside from the fact that somebody told you, you can have recurring dreams and visions. Most people experience vivid dreams and visions that feel significant and prophetic. Their dreams may involve some ancestral figures, some spirit guides, some symbolic images and people that is tied to African spirituality. It could involve animals, nature, deities, and these dreams are usually a sign of a spiritual path. So one of the first things that is synonymous to people that have spiritual calling is that they get dreams and visions. Spirits come to show up in their dreams. Spirits comes to show up in their, in fact, you might not even be sleeping. Those things just come. It just comes to you while you are awake. Please, let's keep tapping. Let's keep tapping so that we can get this streaming viral. Once we start the class, I noticed that our tapping reduces. Let's keep tapping. So that's the first way to know that you are called for most people. You receive it in visions, in dreams. Sometimes you are not even sleeping. You have vivid images. For me, while I was growing up as a child, I was in primary school, elementary school. I would have continuous dreams every night, seeing myself. The moment I sleep, once I lie down on my bed, give me 2 minutes after. It's like I travel out of my body. It just goes boom, like with serious speed, and then I land somewhere, bam. Always the same place. I can't say the same set of people because people are having different activities. They are dressed in white, in gold, in ivory. There's usually a throne, beautiful throne. People are dressed luxury, like luxury dripping with every beautiful ornament you can speak of, and they are there. Initially, I couldn't hear them, but I knew there was activities there. Nothing scary, nothing threatening. And then once my mom is about to wake us up the next morning for school or is a weekend, I would feel myself go from there again and then jump into my body, bam. And it's usually very draining. I wake up tired because I really did not sleep. Yeah, I just didn't sleep. And I started having those experiences while I was in the primary school. At some point, I wanted to be able to ask my mom, what does it mean? What am I supposed to do? You know, good morning. I dreamed and I kneeled down before a babalawo and he was praying for me. Is it bad? Okay, so you cannot expect me to interpret your dream on a live streaming like this. I don't know you. I don't know what spirit is trying to explain to you. So if you have a dream and you need an interpretation to it, then you book an IFA consultation to be able to explain your dream. Because if you have that dream and 10 other people have the same dream, the 10 of you are receiving 10 different messages that is unique to you at that time. So you cannot ask this type of question in an open space and expect the person to be able to give you a direct answer, irrespective of who that spiritualist is and how powerful and gifted they are. Your interpretation of every dream and vision is unique to you. All right. So if you want an interpretation to that, please send a DM and request for a consultation. Please explain if a person is seeing himself in the ocean. Send a DM, like I said. Send a DM. I cannot explain. This live streaming is not to interpret dreams. So if you need a consultation to interpret your dreams, send a message via WhatsApp. So I said the first thing you will notice is your dreams. Spirit will reveal a lot of things in your dreams. And then I was talking about my own experience. And when I shared it with my mom, she was a very spiritual person, but she didn't understand what to do with my dreams. So she said, you know what, let's go to the pastor. And then when we got to the pastor said, it is witchcraft. You are seeing yourself among witches and wizards, so we have to pray it off. In fact, I'm grateful that my mother and my father were not experiencing. Now, that's the WhatsApp number for those of you that want to send your questions via a private chat. Just send it to WhatsApp. So, the pastor said it was witchcraft, which is what they have told so many of you. When they start seeing you manifest your spiritual calling, if you come from a very religious, Christianly, Islamic, fanatical background, all they will tell you is that you are exhibiting witchcraft. And for people that attended all those white garment churches in those days, they will beat the dream out of you, attempt to beat the dream out of you with broom. Now, if that was your experience, sincerely speaking, on behalf of the ignorant, not on behalf of, I'm just saying sorry, because they were ignorant. Trust me, your parents didn't just choose to inflict pain on you because they wanted to. They thought they were doing the right thing. They thought they were doing what was best for you. But now we know that it was a calling that you were having. Spirit was revealing things to you. They were supposed to have been there to guide you, to direct you on how to be able to receive those messages that they were trying to give you, how to be able to receive those messages, communicate with them properly. So the first one, like I said, is your dreams and vision. The second one is you will feel a deep connection to your ancestors or to nature. You will feel this deep connection because African spirituality emphasizes a deep connection with our ancestors, with our roots, with nature, with plants, with herbs. You will find yourself feeling drawn to these things. You find yourself feeling drawn to nature, to things that are ancestral, to spirits. You find yourself being drawn to that. Please, can you confirm? Somebody said it's echoing. Is that happening? Do we have an echo? Just in case. Somebody said it's echoing. Please, if any other person is experiencing that, let me know. Yes, there's always a YouTube on. Mr. Michael, I already sent you the link to the YouTube channel. Just subscribe and turn on notifications. You will be notified when there is a replay that has been uploaded. Thank you very much. There is no echo. Okay. So you will feel a deep spiritual connection with nature. You will find yourself being drawn to plants. You find yourself being drawn to ancestral things, cultural things, traditional things, which doesn't have anything to do with your current religion. You just find out that you like these things. Music that has to do with spirits, with orishas, you find yourself naturally drawn to it. It's likely you have a spiritual calling. Number 3 is a strong inner calling or urge. Some people will experience an intense inner feeling that somebody is literally calling them to follow a spiritual path. You will feel it like you will feel like you have voices or individuals that are communicating with you, directing you on a particular path. You would find out that the kind of people you get to meet are people that are also spiritually inclined. Information that you receive, you are probably just scrolling through social media. The things that are popping up on your screen will come in form of that spiritual calling. Spirits are trying to get your attention from every angle. So some of you will actually feel it, like literally hear their voices speaking to you. Then something else that is worthy of note is physical and emotional sensitivity. That's number 5. Most people that have spiritual callings are empaths. They are people that are sensitive to what is happening around them. Okay, you step into somewhere, your spirit can almost read the room. You can feel the energy of what is happening around you. You would just have this feeling of something is off here. Meanwhile, nothing has said anything. You meet certain people for the first time and you can almost tell who they are. In fact, sometimes spirit gives you information about people, literal information. And a lot of you think it's just your mind. Your mind is just, let me change my network. You will literally think it's your mind. You will think you are the one that is just imagining things. But no, you are not. But no, you are not. I really feel, is it? Okay. All right. I think we're back online now. The network went off for a bit. So you literally feel and hear that spirits are calling you. You can hear their voices. You can feel it. You can hear them giving you information about certain things and about certain people. Somebody says, feeling scared like something is feeling scared like something is about to happen, but you just don't know what exactly. You feel these things. Some of you will feel pain, but it's not you that is experiencing the pain. But it's not you that is experiencing the pain. Somebody, you have connection to specific spiritual practices. Specific spiritual practices. Now, you grow up in a Christian home. Once you see them doing it, you watch it on TV, you just feel this thing that makes you, this is how this thing is supposed to be done. Yet you have zero knowledge about it. But deep down inside your spirit, you just feel this is how it's supposed to be done. I like the way this thing is. I like the way this thing is being done. For some of you, it might be answers to questions that you have always asked. You are a spiritual person, yes. But the moment you get to that spirit that is calling you, you feel a connection. You feel this deep sense of, I think I'm home. I like this. You might not be able to explain what exactly it is, but you have that feeling. That's number 6. Number 7 says you feel a sense of responsibility to your community. You feel like you have been called to save people. You literally feel like you have been called to save people. You will feel like everything that is happening around you is your responsibility. You feel like people are dying around you, people are lost around you, and you are the one that needs to guide them. You feel this pure pure urge to change things around you, not out of selfish reasons because you want people to see that you are doing this. No, it just comes from a place of compassion, a place of sympathy. You want to carry people's burdens, people's pain. You want to find solutions for people. You literally want to give people everything you have just so that the community around you is better. It's likely you have a spiritual calling. Then you will find yourself drawn to guidance from elders and spiritual mentors. That's number 8. You will find that you are, how would I put it? That you always want to listen to mentors. You want to learn from people. It doesn't matter whether you are in their church or you associate with their spirituality or not. You just feel this need to learn, to connect with spiritual mentors, to connect with spiritual guide. You are looking for them. They come in your way. You find them. And once you meet them, you connect with them, you want to learn, you feel this deep need to learn. It's likely you have a spiritual calling, and spirit is directing you to where you'll be guided to recognize your own calling and grow it. Number 10, you have a desire for personal transformation. Now, when spirit calls you, you are on a particular place, but you feel this, which was one thing that worked for me. Like I always say, I didn't come to IFA or ISHESHE because I needed help with something, maybe because I had a problem that needed to be solved. Does that mean while I was in church, my life was perfect? No. I had a lot of things going on, but that's not what drew me to ISHESHE. Is the knowledge, a personal transformation. There was something in me that I knew that it wasn't complete. I knew there was a calling, and I went to church to try to answer the calling. I became an assistant pastor in a very popular church, but I still felt something in me still felt I wasn't there. I wasn't where I was supposed to be. And I started to, ask questions here and there till I find my way to IFA, till I got to the place where I am today. So those are the 10 points that would help you, when you are experiencing this. If you're experiencing all, some, even a few, it might just be a few of these things that you have recognized in you, is likely you have a spiritual calling. Now, that's the first part of our teaching. The second part of our teaching will be delving into how do you handle all of these things? All these things. Now, I'm going to scroll up and see people's experiences. I have a lot of people writing about their experiences. While I'm doing that, we have divided this teaching today into 3 parts. While we're answering the questions, before we get, it's the quest for deep knowledge that drew me drew me to look deeper into IFA. Yes, the quest for knowledge, because there's something that is lacking. Something is not yet complete. There's something somewhere that you still need to know. There's something somewhere that is not yet complete. That is a very strong evidence that you have a spiritual calling. Right. So let's see the other questions. Feeling like crying seriously because you are hurt inside and you don't even know why you want to cry. You don't know what is happening. You just get into somewhere, you just feel like there's something going on there. Then maybe a few hours after, a few hours later, a few days later, you will find out that either a grief has happened there before or it happened after you came. It is a sign that you have a spiritual calling. Things always happen before I get somewhere or immediately after I've left. Spirits are guiding you. Brownie B says, I know that feeling. I have always had something pushing me out of harm's way. Yes, those are spirits guiding you in the right path to go. You feel scared like something is about to happen, but you don't know what exactly. Your spirits are sending you messages. They are directing you, sending you messages because you have a calling. And because that is the way you will continue to receive messages for the people you are called to serve. Spirit is already trying to create a pattern of communication with you. They always say the same thing. They will call it evil. I know, right? Every time you close your eyes and you find yourself somewhere, it's evil. Except you describe that place and it looks like heaven and Jesus. Once it doesn't look like that, they just think it's evil. Okay, so for those of you that need dream interpretation, I think I've posted the WhatsApp number. I will post it again from my second page. That's my page, IYANIFA Ewa Herbs. Please follow that page too as a backup for this page. All right, I think we have answered all the questions. We have answered all the questions. Somebody says, my words always, Christus said, my words always come to pass, negative or positively. You have a spiritual calling. There is no two way about it. You say things and then it just happens. Yoruba people, we call it àwọn tó léyìn òkè. They have this extra tooth up here, and when they say something, it's like àṣẹ. Wọ́n ní ahọ́n àṣẹ. They have the tongue of authority, tongue that puts àṣẹ on something. There is a spiritual calling on you. So now that we have been able to recognize those things about ourselves, Some of you, they have never told you, never even made any sense of all these things. It's time for you to pause and look at your life like, it looks like one or two of these things I've experienced them before, and it might just be a spiritual calling. So let's adjust this so that yeah. Yes, I have to. No, it's fine. I use that. So yes. All right. So let me see. It looks very far. So our special guest is here. Let me adjust my camera so that yes, they should be able to.
Like it.
What are you supposed to do? I just
A little.
stay far.
Like it.
Or should we use the other chair that is closer? Or this way? Are we good? Okay. So if you can still hear me, please let me know. Are we good like this? If you can still hear me, now hear us. I want to make sure that you're hearing my special guest. See my cute. I love it. Okay.
Can they hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, I'm reading the comments from here. If you can still hear me, if you can hear me, let me know. If we are still streaming. Okay, yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes, please.
Okay.
My mind says things and I keep it to myself and it will still happen. But when I say it out, it will not happen. Oh, wow. You are probably working with spirits that want you to be, how do we call that?
What happened?
She says that when her mind tells her things, when she says it out, he or she, when they say it out, it doesn't happen. But when they keep it to themselves, it
That's what
happens.
happens.
So I feel like spirit is trying to take this person away. You know this thing we call secrecy, to be able to have information
And
not say
give
it out and not give it out and be able to. So my special guest today is
Anna.
his name is Kana. He's a dibia. That is a priest in Igbo spirituality.
Spiritual healer.
A spiritual healer from the Igbo land. Yes. And I wanted somebody else who is not Ifa, who is not Yoruba, to be able to share what this thing looks like when you say you have a spiritual calling. Particularly the second part we're going into, when you have a spiritual calling and you don't know, or you just outrightly refuse to acknowledge it.
Or don't know that.
Or you don't know, yes,
don't
how
know to acknowledge it or what it means. Especially if you come from like most people, a Christian background. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Please, can you also hear him? I want to make sure that the second
mic is on.
Let's make sure that the second mic is on and you can hear. Let me try it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear. Okay, I feel like mine is loud. Let's just mic. Perfect. Okay. All right. So the other parts, we're still on 20-something K. 25K, please, at least. Let's get to 25K and continue. So the next part of it, I'll be teaching you about the different callings that you can have when it comes to IFA and ISHESHE. Now, this has to do with IFA and ISHESHE. Yes, I'm sure they can. This has to do with IFA and ISHESHE, the different callings that you can have. So you can have callings as a Babalawo, as an IFA priest. You can have callings as an IYANIFA, that is an IFA priestess. You can have callings as an Olorisha. So many people don't know that IFA priests and priestesses are different from Babalorisha and Iyalorisha. IFA priests and priestesses, they were called by IFA. IFA is the one that called them. on this journey. For the Babalorishas and Iyalorishas is an Orisha, a specific Orisha that called them. Oshun can call them. That is where you have the Yeye Oshun, the Baba Oshun, the Ya Oshun. Other Orishas can also call them. So we have all those specific, and then we can have a calling in Ifa as an Onishegun. And Onishegun is a traditional medicine practitioner. You are not directly linked to Ifa or the Orishas. You just work as a traditional medicine practitioner, like you are a traditional doctor, the same way you have orthodox doctors, Oyinbo doctors, you have it in traditional medicine. Now, whether you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, an atheist, an Ifa priest, or just a regular devotee, you can have a calling in Ifa. So please, let's keep to the part of, they said our guest should introduce himself. I think we were switching cameras at that time. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Kana Boku from Anambra State, Oba, and like Iowa has said, Olivia is a spiritual healer, herbalist, or a ritualist, depending on what spiritual calling.
Thank you very much for joining us. And our special guest is joining us all the way from
From
Toronto,
Toronto,
Canada.
Canada.
So we have a special guest all the way from the abroad. I feel honored to have him here. Now, the reason I brought him on the show is because I want him to explain to us, like, what was the whole thing like coming from a Christian home, practicing Christian home. His father was a reverend. Okay, let me leave him to talk about that part. Now, how was he able to recognize his calling? How was he able to navigate all that part? What were the things he saw between when he first had a feeling that he had a calling and now? What has the journey been like? Because trust me, everybody has a rough story to tell when it comes to spiritual calling, except the people that are favored, lucky enough that they were raised in homes where their parents already knew and their parents did everything to guide them on that path. They already knew that was their path. But aside from that, the story is usually rough and scary for a lot of us that's been there. So I just want you to, tell us how that has been for you.
Okay. Just like what you said, um, everybody has a very rough um, path or a discovery process or acceptance process um, surrounding the spiritual calling. If it's legitimate, it's usually very rough, especially because, especially if you've grown up in an environment like Nigeria where Christianity or Islam are the
Mm-hmm.
main um, belief system for spiritual practices.
Mm-hmm.
But even with people who grow up within this system, the reason it's easier for them is that when those experiences start to happen for them that have spiritual calling, there's someone who's around to say, this is probably what's happening. And then at that moment, go and look into it before the person stays too long in those um, things that constitute as signs from spiritual calling. So,
Okay.
like you mentioned earlier, the sensitivity and being
Mm-hmm.
an empath. Um, for us in Nigeria, it's not a very common thing yet.
Okay.
It's not a very common trait that is acknowledged within most people. I was fortunate as at the time I started receiving my own signs and symptoms.
Okay.
First, let me just give background. I grew up mostly in Nigeria, did my university in Nigeria, and I went to Canada for postgraduate. When I left, that most of my own signs and symptoms actually started.
Okay.
Um, how I even knew I had a spiritual calling was I had finished my postgraduate program and I was looking
Okay.
for an internship. And
Okay. Okay.
anybody who knows how will get easy. So I already had that in mind when I was
Okay.
looking for my internship, finish my program. Unfortunately, I couldn't get an internship. Either unfortunately or fortunately, after my time I narrate the story, so I couldn't get an internship in my communications program. I met someone who had a theater project going on,
Okay.
and they needed, and it was Caribbean and also African theater production. And they needed someone who Africa or
Okay.
Nigeria to be able to kind of oversee some language aspects.
Okay.
It had to do
Okay.
with Yoruba,
Okay.
um,
Okay.
the Orisha. It was a
Okay.
theater production,
Okay.
and they wanted someone who understands, at least who has an idea of what Yoruba sounds like
Yeah.
beyond
Yes.
the North
Yes.
American. And me, I'm Igbo, but at least I've lived in Lagos to know what proper Yoruba
What
sounds
sounds
like.
like.
Even if you do research on YouTube, see what basically that was how my opportunity to get an internship came. I said I would take on that project and also some marketing, for because it was a communications program that I had done in my post. I said, okay, the only reason I'll do this thing is that it counts as an internship from second finish. It was when I was there that one of the choreographers for the theater program, who happens to be that priestess, she was
Okay.
consulting. So she came to choreograph the dance moves that um, actors and actresses
Okay.
would. So she came to choreograph, and she was a choreographer from Jamaica, and she
Okay.
was also an Ifa priestess.
Priestess. Okay.
That was my, as someone who was raised Christian, like you said, my dad was a reverend. God bless his soul. He's passed on, and at the time he passed on, that was when I
Yeah.
had just become a reverend. So there was this, we had to continue faith, and there was a more intense and intentional Christian responsibility upon our family
Yeah.
going forward. So I didn't have much of a, beyond just the understanding that, oh, Ifa is this thing that is particular to, again, that's a very flawed understanding.
Yeah. To
That Ifa is
Yoruba
particular to
people.
Yoruba
Yoruba
people,
people.
and also being a Christian. Just felt, oh, I've heard this Ifa, this was my introduction to what Ifa
First
actually
encounter.
was. Meeting this woman, this first Ifa priestess, just meeting her in person. One day during rehearsal, sitting near me, it was
Okay.
lunch break. Just as young man, have, I've just seen this thing and I need to tell you.
Yeah.
Yes.
The
Sometimes you can give people
information.
information and the way they react may not.
Okay. I think you need to be a little louder. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not a very. What's happening?
Okay. Oh. Okay. I think we're back. Sorry. Okay. He'll be a little louder.
I'll do my best to be louder. I'm not a very. My voice doesn't carry weight,
Don't
so.
worry. Let me hold you like this. We're fine.
So, so yeah, she just. So I could tell she was struggling with just holding that information for herself just a little bit,
Okay.
but then she told me, and I remember not feeling scared,
Okay.
or you know how the normal reaction would be to say God forbid, that kind
Yeah.
of thing. I
Yeah.
didn't feel
Yeah.
that way. So I think that resonates with that part of what you said, that there's this knowing within you that you're called to something more, even though you may not, you don't have the words to say it. But when someone says it, there's a part of you
Yeah.
that
That
knows,
resonates with
yes,
it. It's like a.
you resonate with it, but there's also that sense of curiosity, like not revulsion or fear, but it just brings all your, you become more curious about these things. You don't meet it with fear or with revulsion, depending on who you are. I didn't meet it with revulsion. I met it
Okay.
with curiosity, and there was this part of me that knew she was right.
Okay.
That was my introduction to the whole being a babalawo or being a Dibia, in sense of it being ascribed to me.
Yeah.
Now, growing up in Nigeria, being told, and also watching Nollywood.
Ah, Nollywood. It's not fair. What you people did to us. It's not fair.
So all that was the only impression I'd had of spiritual healers coming from an
Yes.
African perspective.
Yes.
It didn't portray them in a good light. was always this battle between Christianity and African systems,
Yes, yes, always a
and
battle.
that fed my understanding of these roles, of these responsibilities that Libya please, society. Nobody likes that. It's nothing you should even associate yourself with.
Yeah.
But then that gave me the opportunity, telling me this thing, gave me the opportunity to ask more questions. What does the Babalawo actually do exactly? What does that mean? She said, then from my research, I realized that Babalawo is Yoruba equivalent of
Adibia.
someone who helps with. So by the time I did my research on my own, beyond um, projections and what I had come to understand in error growing up, I didn't see it as anything that had to be. To me, it wasn't what it was portrayed to be.
Yeah. Sorry, let me cut in at that point. Now, he said something about when you take your time to research these things, you will find out that it is not what they have portrayed it to be, which is the major reason we set up IFA College, so that you can have knowledge. Come here and just find out what it is. If you find out what Ifa and ISHESHE entails, if you find out what African spirituality is, and it is not for you, it's okay for you. It's not a cult where you say, oh, once you get in, you cannot get out. It's just knowledge, pure knowledge. That's one thing that we need to continue to spread. It's just knowledge. What's the worst that could happen if you gain knowledge? The worst that can happen is that you don't use it. I don't need it. I don't resonate with it. A lot of junk that we have seen and heard online, offline, in different places, once it's not information that we need, we don't use it. That's the worst that can happen. So you see that part of where you are supposed to, where you need to go and find knowledge about this thing. I have a calling. Okay, let me even know what this thing entails. They said I've been called to be X, Y, and Z. Can I know what exactly that calling entails? And then you find out most of the time that it's not as bad as they say it is. It's not even bad. It's nothing close to what they say it is. Right. Okay.
Okay. So now, like I said, I'd done my research, and that was more an intellectual thing, an intellectual understanding. It hadn't really dawned on me what, like, okay, now I understand what Babalawo and Bia actually do.
Mm-hmm.
I understood it mentally. It
Okay.
hadn't dawned on me that it was something that I was going to be actively involved in, and
Okay.
that um, there was I don't see there was consequences for that, that such rules are actually very critical to the point that you 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 can't avoid doing that. There's consequence for avoiding doing them because of how
How
important those
important it
rules
is.
are.
Yes.
So if it's for some, just a quick example now, if someone is told they need to go to this place to be an artist,
Mm-hmm.
not I don't say artist, just say let's say an entertainer, let's
Okay.
say an entertainer, a musician
Okay.
or whatever, and
Okay.
they go there and they decide, you know what, I want to do programming instead.
Yeah.
Music is important, but it's not the same sort of um, um,
It doesn't carry the same
priority
weight.
or weight that you
Yeah.
tell someone that, listen, your job is to go there to be a medic or to
Yeah.
be a doctor for
Yeah. A
because
frontline
the front line,
person.
yes, because
Yes.
those roles that you need to do those
They're attached
jobs,
to life.
they're attached to life.
Life to
It's
destinies.
really important that you do those jobs. And
That's
if you
true.
go to those places, if you're sent as a medic or as a doctor to someone, you
Yeah.
decide, you know what, I want to be an entertainer instead. I want to do something else
What's
instead.
this?
It's likely they will recall you. They tell you, no,
Mm-hmm.
no, this is not why we sent
Because it's
you. Because it is very
important.
important. It's very
Yes. I
important.
haven't
So
even thought of it like
that's
that.
exactly why the experiences that I have gone through that have been very difficult.
Hmm.
That's how I can make sense of why those things were
Okay.
difficult for me to be
Okay.
like,
Okay.
to understand the gravity of the
Of
role
it.
that I
Okay.
need to.
Okay. Okay. Let me talk
Yes.
about that. So he said something now that didn't even, I haven't even looked at it like that. So, when we have spiritual callings here, our role on earth is like the role of frontline practitioners. Like, when we had the pandemic, and then we needed to have the medics, the doctors, the nurses, and all of them, there doing the front. Now, imagine that they have sent a particular nurse to say, go and take care of the whole of Ikeja in Lagos State, Nigeria, or the whole of Long Island in New York, or Manchester in the UK. And the person comes out to say, you know what, I want to just play the piano. I will go outside and stand on the streets of New York or Ikeja and just play the piano because I'm good with the piano. That's what I want to play. Hello, there's a pandemic and people are dying, and that's what they need you for. That is exactly what spiritual, I never even thought of it in that angle. That's exactly what we are here to do as people with spiritual calling, which is why the moment we do not answer that calling, or we are struggling with our journey on that calling, it is likely that they, like he said, they might have to call us back. They will have to force things in our way to make sure that we align to it. Because people's lives, people's well-being, people's destinies literally is attached to us. It depends on us. Spirit is waiting for us to be able to do it. This is the physical realm of life. They need physical people to be able to manifest their powers through. And if you are the person that they've called, and then you say, no, I want to be a lawyer because I come from a family of lawyers, I want to take over my father's chambers.
Law is in vogue.
Law is,
In that
yeah,
area.
law seems better.
Law seems better. The cultural appreciation of law is higher.
Is higher than being,
Why
of
not
course.
why not just be a lawyer, because to make me more money right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's culturally relevant. Everybody likes it. There's a social prestige attached to it. So to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And then you decide to be, and then these people have sent you here. They told you you need to go to this place. When you get there, we know you're trained for it, but when you get there, we'll send people to give you a refresher course, because you need to do your work as soon as you get there. And then you now get there, and then you decide, you know what, I want to be a lawyer. That ruins the reason you were
For
sent
which you
there.
were sent.
All the other casualties start to increase. There's more issues down the line that needs to be resolved.
This thing is more serious than
So
we
they are
even
more
think it
particular
is.
with people who are sent for those things. That's why they are. It seems as though, that's why I said the journey to accepting the calling is rough. It has to be rough to get your attention to be like, what's going on? Because honestly, everything you put your hand to do that is not that call, when the time comes, because, and it's not like a phone call where it's like you can ignore, you can't ignore it, because every aspect of your life will be disrupted. Every aspect of your life that you value, you know, will be disrupted, will be affected
That
to
part.
the point that you have to stop and say, okay, what is going on? And I need to change this thing. Then again, this is the thing about the spirits. They will pay attention to you saying, let's say you love, let's use relationship.
Okay.
Your
Love,
relationship,
love.
you love love. Your relationship will be chaos because you prioritize love.
Hi, me here.
Your
Oh
relationship
my
will
God.
be chaos. Then this is the thing. You now say, okay, I want my relationships to be good. What do I need to do? They will not. They're not gonna change their mind because you want your relationship. They want you to really stop and say, okay, what is the reason? They want you to prioritize why they sent you over that
Over
love
that
that you
relationship that
really
you,
like.
whoa,
Yes, that's
whoa,
what they
that's
need.
true.
They need to get
That
to
is
that
true.
point of,
That's
okay,
true. That's
what is the
true.
point of everything? Why am I here? What needs to be done? Why was I sent here in the first place? You know, yes, I understand that I love love. It's a part of me, but there's a bigger part of me. There's a bigger reason why I've been
The,
sent
the
here.
priority part of you.
Yes, so that's what they will wait to see, that is where your real, that's what you're really curious about.
Yeah.
Then
So,
they will start to guide you towards
okay.
where you
All
can
right.
go to.
So let me answer, excuse me. Let me answer this question. This person has asked repeated questions about this so that I don't lose track of the question. So he said, somebody said something about, so where does the power of choice come in? Like, why can't I just choose? Now, let me tell you something about spiritual calling. Just yesterday, we were having a conversation with another couple that is spiritualist. And then she said something that I hadn't even thought about. She said, most of us that are here as to answer a spiritual call, we are high priests and priestesses, kings and queens from our spirit life where we are coming from. Remember the day I taught us about Egbe and the fact that we all belong to our Egbe and we have different positions in our Egbe where we existed before. We existed in a life before, in a form before we came here. Now, where we existed before, we are what we would consider presidents, prime ministers, heads of state, ambassadors, kings, queens, and all of that. Exactly. So when you come to this earth, is not a thing that you will now get halfway in the battle and now say, I'm here, I'm not doing. Do you know what happens to a soldier that is on the war front and then he says he's not doing? Before he can get out of there, is either they just feel like no, he's not going to come out of there without you understand it, and it has to be something. You just don't say halfway, I'm not doing again. It's either the person is found unfit, the person get hurt, or literally they are taking his dead body out of there because they explain to you what you signed for. And yes, I know you will say physically we were not explained to what we signed for, but spiritually we were explained to, and that is why you have those feelings. You see those feelings that we listed for number 1 to 10. I think the person that asked this question saying, how do I know? You didn't listen to the first part of the teaching, and there's going to be a replay on YouTube. So you want to go on YouTube. IYANIFA TV is a YouTube channel. There's a link in the bio of this TikTok page that takes you to the YouTube channel. Subscribe, turn on notification. The replay will be posted there. So we have already talked about those things. Now, those things that you are experiencing is proof that you agreed on this calling before you came here. And the moment you come here to say, no, I'm not doing it. Now, somebody said there will be punishment. It's not exactly, I don't want to use the word punishment. When you use the word punishment, it sounds like you are inflicting harm on somebody for a selfish reason. No. It is called consequences. It is called cause and effect. It is called action and reaction, like it is in life. It is called, I have a responsibility. I choose not to do it, and there are consequences for it. It is called, I am supposed to take care of my health, and I decide not to, and then I fall ill, and my immune system is dropping. It is called, I'm supposed to put on shoes when I'm walking around on earth ground, and I don't put it on, and something hurts me and harm me. That is what it's called. It's not so much of a punishment. When you do not keep warm during cold and then you start to get a flu and you get pneumonia is not a punishment. It is a consequence of not protecting yourself during winter or during the cold season. So that's exactly how it is. It is not like spirits are punishing you. It's just the consequence of you not doing what you signed up to do. So I know the part that everybody goes, but I never signed up for all of this. I don't want it. Unfortunately, you did. You did. Unfortunately, you did. So we are here and we have to. Right. Okay. So I want you to share your own personal experience between when you realized you had the calling and when you finally started on this journey. What was life like? Because that part, oh my God. Everybody needs to know that there's nothing. People that are on this live streaming and they're probably going to watch this replay that have spiritual calling, they need to know that it's not village people that is after them. They need to know that it's not like, oh, you're making wrong choices. You are just a bad person. Life just hates you. The universe dislikes you. No, it's not that. You need to understand that it is consequences of not answering that call. And because you don't know how many casualties have come up in the time of you not answering that call, you don't know how many people you are supposed to lead, to heal. And those people are just lost and confused in life. And those people have literally died. They are critically ill somewhere because you have refused to answer your call. Somebody says, okay, what if I don't answer my call? Can't the divine just push them to somebody else? It's like you are saying, what if I decide not to take care of my children? Can't the neighbor just pick them up and take care of them? No, it doesn't happen like that. At least in this part of the world, it doesn't. It is your responsibility. It's like saying, so what if I decide not to wear a winter jacket? Can somebody on the street just wear it on me, seeing me that I don't have one? No. So those people that are directly attached to you, they are going through unfortunate incidences of life. And you are there saying, you know what, no, I'm not going to do this. There will be consequences. And those consequences are real life. So he's going to be sharing his own story. I would share mine too, and a couple of other people that have shared their stories with us, just so that you know that whatever it is you are experiencing between now and the time you decide to answer your call is not because you're a bad person. It's just what it is. Right. Thank
Okay.
you.
So I can like I can only speak for myself and my own experience.
Yeah.
And then for me, you mentioned them really. Um, went to school to study chemical engineering and communication.
Wait,
Ideally,
somebody said something. Someone said, "Oh my goodness, I like this comment." Someone said, "Some people are even praying for their destiny helpers not to have peace until they do the right thing."
exactly, exactly. You've
Oh
been
my
sent as somebody's
God.
destiny helper.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, you as a spiritual healer. People, that's a prayer point in church. May my destiny helper locate me. May my
May they
destiny
not
helper
have
have
rest
peace
and
until
peace until they
yes.
locate me.
Those prayers
Jeez.
work and those prayers are valid because
Wow. Oh my goodness. I never thought of it like this.
yeah, we think our destiny helper is someone that has money. We always think it
No,
is
and
some
even if it's someone that has money, he's another human being.
being
And we're praying that he doesn't have peace and rest
until he
until he
locates us
comes.
because
And
of
that's
the position we are in and how difficult things are for us, and we know we need help. Yes, that's how. Yeah, that's one way to really. But yes, going back to my experiences, it's just a thing of the empath, being an empath. For example, I'll enter spaces, and I can tell based on how the energy is, whether there was a huge fight there, whether somebody is grieving a loss. I may not be able to
Mhm.
know the exact loss, but I can feel, without even talking to anybody in the room, I can feel the amount of pain people are feeling.
Hmm.
And that's because when we feel things, we feel it in different amounts.
Mhm.
As people have been able to explain, I'm feeling the excess of that. So the person is feeling it so much that there's so much of that going out that I can pick up on it and feel that. And that ranges from happiness, but mostly people's negative feelings of fear, grief, of anger, of anxiety. That kind of affected, it made me afraid to go, it made me isolate more because it was difficult for me to enter spaces and just relax and just feel normal because of the things I was picking up in the environment. And then again, applying for jobs and not getting the jobs. And here's what I mean. It's normal to apply for work and not get the job. That's a normal thing for everybody. But at some point, you will start noticing things that when it's time, when it's time, so when the spirits start calling you, or when it's time for your call to be activated, and they start sending you signals, you will notice that ah, this thing that I used to do before without stressing too much. Now, when I do it or when I try to do it, it doesn't work as well or as quickly or as easily as it used to for me. You know, when people say, I know the grace I have upon my life, we all have a sense of the grace, who we are supposed to be, and how things should happen for us. Not because things are always going to be easy, not because things are always going to be difficult, but we subconsciously know when I do this particular thing, it shouldn't be too difficult before I see results. But when the time for your calling comes, you will do that same thing, you will not get any results. You will triple your efforts and you will not get any results. Um, you will, if you're making money, that will get affected. Things that you value, like for me, I was valuing is steady financial um, stability. It was very difficult for me getting jobs. I'll get fired. I'll get a job and then they'll fire me after 1 week. And this is to get this job in the first place was very, very difficult. And this is being in Canada where it's you need to have a job. Um, I couldn't get jobs that I was qualified for. People who were less qualified than I was were getting the jobs. People who didn't do as much due diligence as I did would get the jobs, and I would do interviews. I would know that the interviewer liked me and wanted to give me that job. There's a way you can tell, but then they just would not send you that letter, and they can't tell you exactly why they can't send you the letter. Things you would want to do some things in your mind. You're like, this is something I would like to get. All of a sudden, the resources that you had to be able to get that thing will be diverted to something else. It's just a question of what is going on, what exactly is happening. Then I kept asking more people. I know being Christian, they will tell you don't do divination. But at this point, I needed answers. I had done the fasting and praying. That wasn't working. I used to go to church in Canada, Redeemed Church, and a couple of other ones, but Redeemed. And I would do fasting and praying every month, or beginning of the year. Even on my own personal time, I would give tithes when I could. It's not if you have money that you can give tithes.
It's after you have a job.
It's after you have a job you
You can
can
give
give
tithes.
tithes. So I would do all of that, and it wouldn't work. And to true to what you said, there's that part of me. There was also that part of me that knew that yes, I was a devoted Christian, but something was missing. There's just that knowing that there is something more out there that I need to incorporate into my life beyond just being a devoted Christian. That wasn't working anymore. Um, yeah, those are just a few of them. And then again, I lost friends because I value friendships. Small things, friends will just not give me grace. The friendship will end. Relationships were not going well for me. Um, you will meet someone, and you guys are getting along well, and all of a sudden, the person doesn't feel the need to continue the relationship with you, and even they can't say why. You would, if you're paying attention to, it feels like somebody is truncating your progress. At first, I was feeling that, am I cursed? I would ask my mom, and I would pray. But here's the thing: that concept of village people chasing you, they need to expand on it more. Maybe, okay, let's say these are ancestral spirits that are trying to call your attention to why you've been sent. That's still that's still village people, but their reason for doing what they are doing is not from a malevolent position. It's not from an evil position. It's from a place of this is why you were sent. This is why you're here to do this work to be a spirit.
Is there at the moment, that was there before, or that might even pass there later. You understand? And that thing, you won't know how draining it is until you start to feel it. Now, that is those that's one of the major consequences of having a spiritual calling and not answering it. Now, when you start to feel that thing, you step into somewhere, people are just happy and excited. You don't have any reason to be happy. You just step into there and your mood changes and you start feeling hyper. You start to wonder what's happening. You pause and you're like, why am I this extra happy? Did I hear anything? Nothing. You move from there into a space 5 minutes later, literally 5 minutes later, and people are sad and gloomy, and your spirit just feels sad. Please tell me, if you continue to experience that every day, will you feel the urge to still continue to go out? No, you won't. Now, spirits have already started isolating you, detaching you from people. People will naturally fall out of your way. When we were speaking to the other lady yesterday, she also mentioned it. She said, spirits will cut off your friends from you. Why? They need you to be quiet to hear what they are trying to tell you. Sure, they've told you in your dreams and visions, in divination, one prophet has stopped you on the way, random, and you still don't want to hear. By the time they cut out social life from you, you just don't feel the need to go out. Friendships that you have built and you have invested in for no reason, they just don't want to be around you. They just, when it comes to showing up for you, there's just always one excuse. Everybody around you is experiencing something. Once it comes to you, there's a reason why it won't just go that way. Spirit is isolating you. By the time you spend more time indoors with yourself, you will understand, you will have sense, you will know that somebody is really calling you for something. So you see, that part is something that a lot of us experience. Did I experience it? Oh, trust me, I did. I did. Spirits will do that. Friends, I will meet friends. We will start to grow friendship and relationship. All of a sudden, they will not just like me. No, the one that really hurt me the most, this lady literally came to me from Facebook to say, Ewa, I want us to be friends. I like you. I've watched you over the years, the way you do your business, your confidence, your blah, blah, blah. I said, okay. She was like, I had this group of friends I want to introduce you to. We formed a WhatsApp group friends. We're like five and we are there. One of them had built her own herbal company like years before mine. So she was guiding me as to how to get NAVDAC number, how to do trademark, how to do this and this. And we were all happy and fine. No, all of a sudden, I just noticed communication on that group started to reduce. I'm like, where is everybody? Is everybody busy? Usually we find memes, we share links to. I was the only one. I was literally talking to myself. And then one of them who just felt, let's help this girl to stop making a fool of herself, said they've created another group, oh, and they have oh God. What did I do? I don't know. Till today, I still did not have any of them explain to me what I did. But when I eventually answered my call, I was like, okay. At that time, they just don't want you communicating with any other person aside from spirit until you get it. So yes, you will just have to, you feel that. Then he talked about the job offers. Now, one thing I want you to know is that most people that have spiritual calling are, like I said, we are people of authority in the world where we are coming from. We are coming from a place of authority, a place of wealth, a place of success. In fact, they will send people that were, so imagine that you're coming from another kingdom. Say you're coming from Nigeria and your dad is the king. Imagine that we have a king of Nigeria and your father is the king. Like you have the king of Saudi Arabia. And then this he sends he goes to another country. He's going to that country to serve. They would follow him with a lot of maids, a lot of escorts to that country to be able to help him fulfill he's a king there. They are not going to expect him to start to do the menial jobs. The same way when you have spiritual calling, especially in Yoruba spirituality as we understand it, when you have your egbe, you have a high authority in your egbe. You come to this earth, you have spiritual calling. They send you floor members from your egbe to follow you into this earth to still help you and serve you. You are not likely to be that person that will work under somebody. Now, I'm not saying because you have a spiritual calling, go and quit the great job you have. Navigate it, find it. But let me tell you this, 8 out of every 10 times, you are not likely to work under somebody. Why? Because when you are working 9 to 5 under a strict structure, there are times when spirit needs you to answer some calling and they need you at work at the same time. And spirit needs you to just be there at that time. How do you navigate it? Most of the time, it doesn't. Find out most of the priests and priestesses we have actively practicing, people that you know that they have spiritual calling, traditional healers. How many of them have 9 to 5 jobs that they are doing? I'm not saying we will not find. Yes, we would, but how many of them? So when they tamper with your interviews, is likely because you are not called for that. Now, he as a person, I know him personally, so I know that one of the instructions they gave him is that you cannot work under anybody. Imagine that spirits have said you cannot work under anybody. If you don't get a job, spirit is helping you. Now, for somebody like me, I knew early in life, nobody told me. I just had this because my mom and my dad created an environment for us to express our spirituality over religion. My family was, yes, I grew up in a Christian home, Deeper Life Church, but my mom and my dad were more inclined to spirituality, expressing your relationship with the divine than with religion. So for me, I understood some things about myself. I knew I was not called out to work under anybody. So in the first offer and opportunity to work was NYSC. I did three, no, I did 1 month at the place of my primary assignment. And I left there. I went to the Christ Embassy Church where I was an assistant pastor. I was working in the church office. I knew I could not. It just didn't sit well with my spirit that, now some people don't recognize that early, but it is part of that your spiritual calling. And then they will mess up with your job. One of the reasons they also mess up with your job is because that is where your finances is coming from. See, spirits will do it in such a way that you just have enough to be able to feed yourself. No, they will not allow you to go broke. Oh. They won't allow you to have to beg and be on the street and be homeless and be hungry and become a sorry case. But
It's almost the same. It will be the same thing. It is just like because for me, even when I finally got jobs, it's either for some reason they could not pay their staff at that point in time, or so the money will be coming in trickles. So it will be just enough to pay rent and have small change left to survive until the next.
you see that thing? They will make sure that what you have is just enough to take care of basic life, just enough, so that you don't have any extra money to say you want to go and club, you want to buy. No, they will make they will make sure that you are continuously searching. Why is my finances like this? Imagine for him, a Nigerian that has relocated to Canada as far back as how many years?
2015. So like 10 years.
So you can imagine what it was for a Nigerian relocating to Canada as far back as 10 years ago. They still had more opportunities than now.
So I felt like I had at least let's just say before COVID, I could do as compared to now where there's like a larger influx of everybody else coming into Canada. There was a bit of room for me. Even then, even then,
So you can imagine, even at that, pre COVID, we know what Canada was like. For those of you that live there, for those of you that have been following the economy, he had higher chances of at least getting that job. Meanwhile, people have come into Canada after him in 3 months, 6 months, everything is working.
it's not easy to be. It's. I just want to say this. That it is very difficult. I know it doesn't seem that way on the surface. It's very difficult to leave Nigeria or leave any country and start a new life in Canada. It's difficult, but through that, on on some level, there's things are going. You know, things are expected to change on some level. But if you have a spiritual calling, like I had before I answered, that difficulty will be pro max. It's going to be there's, they are going to make there's not going to be any rest. You will not be at ease whatsoever. And I didn't even mention the health part. I got sick. In fact, I know that I got sick. There was a consistent sense of sickness within me every day. Some days it got really bad that I couldn't even work. That I would get a job and I would have to resign from the job because I was too sick to do the job. And then I'll go to the hospital and then they will run physicals on me. They won't see anything wrong with me. They can look at me and say this person is in distress. This person isn't okay, but they can't find what exactly the problem is.
So I had also experienced health challenges. This was just before I eventually answered the call. Okay, so I was already in church. So as far as I was concerned, I was answering the call. I was helping people, I was doing all that. But my calling was to be answered in African spirituality. So as far as spirits were concerned, I had not started to answer the call. As far as Risha was concerned, I had not started. And then, okay, now coming from that deeper life to Christ Embassy, how will I say I was going to IFA, tried? What will I be looking for now? Every other thing in my life, aside from my relationship, every other thing in my life was okay. Financially, I was okay. I had my children, they were fine. No health challenges, no problem. Life was okay. Yes, love life was a mess. But on the average, you can still survive life without love now. But they had to mess up with my finances and my health to be able to get my attention. You see, those two things, nobody can miss it. Your finances is messed up, your health is messed up. Please, what's left? Like we always say, you have 1,000 problems until you have a health problem. Then you find out you have only one problem. So I just started feeling uneasy in my body. You know, this, like you said, the constant, you just constantly feel
Being
like you are
sick,
sick. You go to
having
find out
malaria,
what is happening.
the bitter. You know when you have malaria, you have a bitter mouth. Like having malaria without that bitter mouth. That's how you
And then because
always. That's how you
and then because
always.
it was just last month, I showed the person the picture of my birthday a previous month before. He's like, so what happened to you between that time and now? I don't understand. I was going from one teaching hospital to another. Nothing was happening. They were not seeing anything. He got to a particular day. I was in the ECG with another woman. Okay, so they had done 2 hours ECG. They decided to put me on that machine for 24 hours and see what was happening. It was my heart, palpitations here and there, and I just feel like I'm going to pass out. I literally feel life draining out of me. Yet you will not die. The woman came out and they diagnosed her with some health, whatever. They gave her medications. I was going to steal out of the woman's medications that maybe they've not found it. But if this one is feeling like this, is exactly the same way I'm feeling. It was a nurse that saw me and said, Madam, what are you trying to do? I'm just trying to get better. Can't you guys just find what is happening? I was begging for them to find something. Even if it was cancer they found at that time, at least let me hold on to something and say this is what it is. That was how bad it was. And you know what happened? Every time money comes in, every time I make a sale or a business contract comes in, take for example, the money that comes in is like 2,000, is like 243,700 naira. When I get to the hospital a few hours after then, the medical bill will be 272 naira. That exact amount of money, that exact amount of money that just came in, just enough to pay the medical bills. It happened the first time. Second, I thought, I was like, ah. Àwa náà kéré no ayé now. I understand what's happening. This is not coincidence. There is something. No, there's something going on. There's something going on. This cannot be the exact amount I make goes to the hospital, and yet they still say there's nothing wrong. That was how, after I went round hospitals, somebody now said, hey, I know you're educated, you're this and this, but why don't we try this herbalist? At that point, I was ready to try anything. I was ready. So that was what they needed to catch my own attention, because every other thing was okay. They will mess up the thing that would lead you to death. That was my first encounter with a traditional healer. And in less than a few weeks in the grandma's place, I was fine. In less than a few weeks, I was okay. And then I had to stay with her. Now, over that last 1 month, I developed these anxiety attacks, panic attacks. I don't want to close my eyes at night because I have this fear that I might just not wake up. So I had to live in a house. I started living in a house in a clinic with her. And I saw them bringing people in and out, rushing somebody from one hospital in Lagos, and they tried everything until they brought them here. Now, the business part of me was just seeing business. I'm like, after all the money I spent in the hospital, is this woman that could do it? This person took him, is this woman? I started to speak to him. I said, you see what you have going on here? If I get to Lagos, I can sell it for you. I will make money from it. That was how I got into. And then it now became I was selling the products, the herbal products for her. Then some situations were coming in that products could not solve. Then she was teaching me, you see, this one is spiritual. You need to learn the spiritual side. After I'm gone, you need to continue this business you are doing. So it came in from me from places that was familiar, places that could get my attention. That's spirit calling you. Now, you also mentioned something else that I want to, before we continue. Yes, somebody said something. He said, nobody is obligated to do anything. Nobody is obligated to do anything. No, spirits are not, it's not by force so to answer this spiritual calling, but it's a choice. And do you know what that choice is? It's either You answer the spiritual calling, your life makes sense, your life is at peace, your health is good, your finances is good, your head is correct. They are not messing with your brain, literally. It's either you choose that or you choose the other side of spirit will continue to mess with you until you leave this life. That is, if you don't take your life yourself. You see where it is a choice, so it's for you to choose. But that you can choose, I'm not answering the call and life will still be good. You are deceiving yourself. A lot of people have tried it. Trust me, thousands of people ahead of you have tried it. It does not work. Spirits don't send you here to do something and you say, I will not do it and I'll still live a good life. You can struggle. And that's what life will be, struggle. And you can choose to sell yourself. It's not because of calling. Every other person is struggling. It's Tinubu regime. Everybody is struggling, no problem. But you yourself know why you are struggling. You know why you are going through what you are going through. So yeah, then how did you? So at what point were you like, you know what? I don't want this life anymore. Whatever needs to be done, let me just do it and let me just start to. How was the step by step movement till you finally said, okay, I found where my calling is and I'm ready to do it? How was that journey?
At that point, so um, it didn't just happen overnight. Even with one person telling me I had this calling, I still wasn't convinced. First 6 people had to tell me because I always wanted to keep being sure that I wasn't doing the wrong thing. I just wanted to be sure that, and that's also very important in the sense that when one person tells you something, try and seek out, try and verify from someone else. There'll be a consistency in the message. That's when you know that okay, this is important. It was just also when I met this lady who was my she was the first person who told me, not the first person she was, I think before, but she was a milestone for me in the sense of okay, this is something that is real. She told me, the day I got the reading, that was happening. Got this spiritual calling to be a spiritual healer. Was I mean I call her for the priestess, but she's really a spiritual healer. That's what it is for Caribbean, French Caribbean, Haiti. Um, Amazing human being. She guided me. First of all, she helped me with again being an empath. When you're picking up energies, that's what you're actually doing. You're picking these energies up, and they are staying within your energy systems. She explained that to me and told me and prepared um, herbal baths for me to help me clean or cleanse my energy. Kind of like when you use shampoo, there's different kinds of shampoo. There's the cleansing shampoo, and then there's the hydrating shampoo. The cleansing shampoo helps take away everything. It strips, pretty much strips. That's what the first bath she sent, she prepared for me, helped me, and I could feel the difference in my physical body. I felt lighter, like I felt literally lighter. I felt wow. So this is what I'll be doing for other people too. So he put that practical experience for me that okay, I've experienced this, so I see how it feels for me, and if I'm able to help people in this way, it's something that is very very open to. And then she also helped me with understanding what it means to be a seer, understanding different spirits, and being able to see that listen, just because a spirit that there's good spirits, there's just understanding what spiritual intelligence is beyond um, Christianity, because Christianity shows a viewpoint in terms of spiritual intelligence, but it doesn't have a complete understanding of everything that constitutes spiritual intelligence. Yes, so that's where it all started for me, and just being humble enough and realizing this world is bigger than we think it is. So just being humble to learn from different sources and different experts. And then from where it came for me was when my life obviously was just a mess, and and I think I just got to a point where I prayed, and like I said earlier, the spirit will know when you're really sincere and ready. You try to build a sort of communication with them by just honoring them when you pray or when you think and you just say, listen, my spirit, the spirits that are with me, I'm going out with you today. I know I may have not have done the initiations and rituals I need to do to maintain a solid. I may not be doing this thing right now, but I just want you to know that I'm paying attention. And they'll send people to help you per time, depending on what where you are, and then to the point where you need to do your initiation and your training. And after that, the same way that they frustrated your efforts prior, when you now start working, they will now start opening doors for you because those doors align with why you were sent here. You will see that all these things you were looking for before, it was it was already taken care of. You're going to get it, but you're only going to get it when you practice in this way, in this place that we sent you practice in. That's how they do it. Like you cannot be more intentional than them about your life because they've taken into account everything you're going to need. Um, but how you're going to go about it is not the way, or how you've been going about it this whole time is not the appropriate way. You need to consult with them and work with them towards
Okay, thank you so much. So yeah, all right. Now he said something. He said you can excuse me, you cannot be more intentional than them about your life. So you see the way they messed up your life and just interrupted everything before you answer the call. The moment you decide to answer that call, you just find out that one next step is leading to one next step is leading to one next step. But you know that it is your responsibility to go out and seek that knowledge. You have to go searching before you find. And I know that for a lot of people, they are out there searching and you just seem to have met the wrong people. Now, let me explain to you how it has worked for me and a couple of other people when it comes to that. Now, he said something. He said, when you are ready, spirits will know that you are ready and they will just guide you in that way. The first question you need to answer or ask yourself is, why are you answering that spiritual calling? Or why are you finding that knowledge? Now, some people, the reason you want to is because I'm tired of this life. I just want to be able to make money. Okay, so what will it take? They said that if you answer your egbe, or you do your spiritual calling, or you feed your water, you know all those things may come. The reason you are going to answer your egbe and spiritual calling is not because you want to be what spirits want you to be. It's because you want your life, you just want them to, if I do it, is money going to come? Network is up. If I do it, is money going to come? If I do it, am I going to be fine? Now you are doing it because of that reason. You are not doing it because you want to answer a call. Spirit sees it. You yourself. You are not ready. So you will still meet the people that you are not ready. Let's just conclude. When you are ready is the moment you say, you know what? I've been called to be a healer, to be a teacher. Can I start to learn on how to be a healer? What does it even mean to be a spiritual healer? What am I supposed to do? What do they work with? Oh, they work with herbs and everything. Okay, can I get a free PDF online that talks about that? Can I go and look for pages online where people talk about that? Oh, I'm called um to be a priestess. Okay, no, you might not even know what the exact word, but can I know what spiritual calling means? You are searching it because you want to answer the call. You will see how everything will align when you are ready. It would align when you are ready, and you'll be wondering, so the things I've been struggling for, this is how it's going to be. We were with a couple yesterday and the man said, man, when you say somebody has so far before he found his way to African spirituality, before he answered his call. Now, I'm not saying he just came to be a devotee of African spirituality. We're talking about people with calling. This is somebody that had opportunity to travel abroad. This is somebody that could fly from here to here, do business in Europe, in China, in this, in that. And He will go like this, so get the contract. The contract will not be lacking. He will get the contract, they will pay. But he goes there, everything just goes down. He would have to, you know how people, the other guy that they said was in Germany, they said he will work and make money in Europe and buy property. Then he will go broke. Then he will have to sell the property to feed himself. Then when that money has finished from property, then he will be able to have opportunities to work again, buy property. Then he will go broke. You see how that,
Anything. The guy couldn't own it. He was always that thing we said about he will just keep you alive, but you will not be at peace. You can't move forward. You really cannot move forward. It's it doesn't work that way.
I mean, it's just it's really like that. So now, like I said, it's not about I'm coming because I want a solution. Is that I'm coming because I recognize that I have a calling and I am ready to answer it. When you are ready to answer it and you align yourself to answer it, you recognize it. The knowledge you are seeking is in line of answering it. You start to meet people. It starts to go this way and this way. And when you meet the people that are going to help you on that journey, can you move closer here because of the when you meet the people that are going to help you on that journey, spirit will confirm it with you that you have met them. When I met the grandma that got me into African spiritual. Now, how did it even start? The day that the driver was going to take me to the person, he said, let's go and try a traditional herbalist. He took me straight to the house of one person. That woman was a healer, a general healer. Like you have general practice doctors, family doctors. Wasn't a specialist, just general. That's where he took me to first because we didn't really know specifically what was happening. We waited there for that woman from 6 a.m. to around 11. She didn't show up. We were calling her number, she didn't pick. The man sent somebody to her house to say somebody is waiting outside. They said, you man, they didn't find her at home. After that, he said, but there's this other woman, oh, but she's a fertility healer. And I don't think this has anything to do with it. I would like, let's just go there. At least she will have something or she will know something. Now, under normal circumstances, a fertility healer was not who I needed. I didn't have anything that had to do with fertility. But because I was ready, okay, this is what it is. I knew this was not normal. This was spirit. How can somebody earn the exact amount that they would just use to fix the hospital and you are still not fixing anything? I was ready. I'm like, no, God, this has to be you. The best way I understood it. What are you trying to tell me? I'm ready to listen. And we got to her. And now, in my journey as an IFA priestess, in my journey in ISHESHE, my journey in answering this call, traditional fertility healthcare provider has been the biggest part of my journey. The first 4 years of my practice was in fertility traditional medicine. But there is no way I could have gone out of my way to look for, let me learn what healing is in traditional medicine. I wouldn't have gone to do that. But spirit will guide you to that place till today. Grandma, she's still a huge part of my life. She's still a huge part of my life. When I registered my fertility clinic, it was her certificate I used. She was the other director on my company. When I was going to do my production, teaching, training, it was her. She was the one who will confirm to me, oh, I just met this Babalawo. She would check for me and say, okay, you can work with that person. That is how spirit directed me there. The moment you are ready to answer that call, they will direct you to the people and places that you need. Same thing for him. Now, some of us would have another thing that is worthy of note. The couple we were talking to yesterday also confirmed it. The lady said she started out with Ifa priestess. She's from Delta. She's married to an Igbo man. She practices Igbo spirituality now. But she started her journey in Ifa in Yoruba spirituality. Now, she is not actively practicing Ifa, but the knowledge she gained from there was useful on her. just saw the messages popping up. Please hold it.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, yes,
Okay. Uh, um. Yeah. So the what I wanted to say was from our conversation with the couple yesterday.
yes.
So everybody's on this journey. Though the different signs and symptoms are similar, but each of us have um each person has something in particular to learn on that or to unlearn on that journey. So, for example, the lady, the priestess yesterday, she said her own experience was that while she went to different people, she got the experience she needed from them. But ultimately, all that helped her to learn was the extent of her own responsibility and power. Because okay, it's like for example, now how we talked about it in conversation, like when a king or the strong, let's say an army commandant comes to a place, or let's just say someone who is the most powerful specialist or healing specialist comes to a place and needs help. They don't know yet that they're the most powerful specialist. The experience they get from the different people that they go to, that they consult with, informs them on the level of their own expertise on some in some way. They may not know the extent of their expertise, but they know that this person that I have come to consult with, I somehow know more than them. Or I will eventually realize that I know more than them. And and then it might get to a point where you might have to realize that consult for yourself. Okay, in terms of
Mm-hmm.
like strengthen your own relationship
Your
with
own,
spirit.
yes, yes, because you are high up there. Yes.
Yes, because you're the only specialist. You're the only specialist, and you need to go through that experience of different people to really internalize and affirm that okay, I'm the only specialist too. Which is not something that you can know from the beginning of your
Yes.
journey when you're being told you have a calling. Which is why I said, yes, we all have the signs and symptoms of a calling, but we all have particular lessons to learn about ourselves and the extent of our callings. Um, those are very, very tailor made to each person.
Very important. Yes,
Yes,
the extent of our
yes,
calling.
yeah.
Yeah. So on just with that, I remember that that has been my own experience. Here you go. I remember that that has been my own experience. And when the lady was talking about it yesterday, now in spiritual calling, which is going to be the second part of what we're learning, right? In spiritual calling, different people are called to different things. It's not just a general calling. We have hierarchy in that calling. It's like you have it in any structure. You have people that are on level 1, level 10, level 16, officers. Now, some of us are called straight up to level 16 because that's the level from which we are coming from in the spirit world. That's the level of the spirits that have chosen to work. You don't choose what level you are on. Spirit is the one that chooses the level. They are the ones that you don't choose spirit. Spirit chose you. I have a friend who says that a lot. Spiritual Wi-Fi will say you don't choose spirit. Spirit choose you. You don't tell spirit what you want to do. They tell you what you. They literally own you. They literally own you. So they have structured the kind of person you are, where you are coming from. Now, in the process of finding your spiritual path, now there are a group of people like this. Please, I need you to pay attention. If you are one of the people that you have been trying to find your spiritual path, and then you find out that when you go to places, when you go somewhere, you cannot resonate with the people that are there. You cannot resonate. Now, is different when you go somewhere and you know these people are total scam. They're not doing the right thing, or they are evil. They are not. They don't align with you. That's a different thing altogether. Spirits will tell you that. Spirits will show you that. But there is also this part where you know what these people are doing is right, But what they are doing is not just working for you. Why? Because you come from a higher authority than they are. Listen to that part. You come from a higher authority than they are. Now, just as we have hierarchy in life, we have hierarchy in spiritual things too. It is Baale is just a a community leader, or when you say that a president has to be on the same service role as a councillor, a local government chairman, is an insult on him. It dishonors the person and the place that he has been. It's like saying, okay, the example I gave yesterday is like saying that I have gone through first degree, master's, and then I'm in a PhD program. I'm working on my thesis on my PhD and I need help. And they say, oh, I know one very good teacher. He's a very good teacher. Take me to the teacher, elementary school teacher. The only thing he knows is elementary school. He helps students in elementary school pass their common entrance exam. He cannot help me. I'm a PhD student writing thesis. He cannot help me. The best student in primary six cannot be of help to me. I will be the one to help them. Now, those we have such hierarchies in spirituality. So certain people will get to some places where you meet. So it happened to me several times. I go to places, I meet people, babalawos, iyanifas, prophets, imams, whatever it
Well,
is. Yeah, you get
but
specialists in
in
their
their own
own
rights.
way.
But by the time they do their practice or they do the ritual and you realize what they did worked for other people, but it didn't work for you. Not because what they did is wrong, but because you need
Something.
you need something more. You need a higher dose or you need a higher experience. And that's how you find out what level you are. Um,
Yeah. So I got to those places and the things they were doing, my spirit resonated with it that these people are pure and they are genuine. But it will never just work for me. It took a lot of trying it to see that it did not work. Nothing was changing for me. After a while of doing it, my spirit has come to train me and understand that once I get somewhere and I just feel no, this person is way under me. I don't bother myself. I acknowledge them. I respect them. I give them everything that is due to them. I move away from there. And I continued searching. It took me 7 years of this practice before I found the person that I could call a spiritual father, a mentor, a guide that I could walk with their instructions. Now, somebody else will see that as pride. How can you say you didn't find? That's what I'm saying. Now, take for instance those obas that I mentioned, Oni of Ife, Oba of Benin, Emir of Kano. What are the chances out of the over 200 million people in Nigeria? What are the chances that they will find people on the same level with them or higher? What are the chances? Very slim chance. It's probably 20 out of 200 million people. So there are some of us that were called on that level. There are some of you watching that are called on that level. Your chances of finding somebody on that level with you who can work, do spiritual work for you and it will work, who can guide you in spirituality and you will be guided, the chances are slim. Now, you also need to understand that. So, it's one thing to have a calling, it's another thing to have a calling at a certain level. And as you go, you will continue to understand your level. When you step into certain places, the way they address you spiritually, when you step into somewhere and they like this person is royalty. I mean, I can't lie to you. Your level. Some people will literally tell you, and then you see that some people will be. I noticed that with me. People will be trying to put you in their corner. They just want to be around you. People that are supposed to be physically, I mean, physically, you look at them, they are higher than you, but they want you in their corner. They want to do things for you. They are going out of their way to do certain favors for you that you have not done anything to earn it. No, be careful. People don't just give favors. It is a pointer to just calm down and see what's happening. Did Spirit send this person to me to help me on this journey? Or is this person just seeing me for who I am? bigger and higher, and it's like, let me just have this person in my corner. Especially as females, we will experience that a lot if we have a higher spiritual calling. So that is another thing. So this is also to everybody generally. It's not every spiritualist that you go to, every Ifa priest and priestess that you go to, that their work will align with you. And that doesn't make them a scam. It doesn't mean they don't know what they are doing. It probably means, first of all, once you have recognized that these people are not scam, this thing that she gave to me, it has worked for other people. I've seen it. It is to tell you that they do not align with you. Another thing that is worthy of notice, we take our source from different places spiritually. And when we have come to answer that call, we are only going to be aligned with people from our own source. It doesn't make other people bad people. We are just different. You need to follow the leading of your spirit to guide you to the places that you align with. If you are somebody that has been called from a place of spiritual authority, you will find people coming around you, literally wanting to help you. Let me help you do this, ma. Let me help you do this. Now, from the conversation we had yesterday, it is to show that the maids, so to speak, I'm not using that word maid in a derogatory way, but just as a description. People that are at your service in your spirit world where they are coming from, they will bring them into this earth with you. They will find you. They will still be at your service in this life. You will be wondering, I mean, why would this woman, as big as she is, just wants to come around me to help you? Yes, there are people that are doing it for selfish reasons because they want to be in your good light and in your good books and in your corner. Same thing with your maid. Have you watched all these epic movies, these Nigerian movies? There are maids that are just there. They just want to be able to show their face and see whatever reason they are doing it, they still get to do it. You see that having a call and answering it in African spirituality is not straight jacket like you have it in church. And there's no sort thing like, when you have a calling in church, you have just been called to preach the gospel. Is the same thing for everybody. No, here is not the same thing. You have to find where you resonate with, what you are supposed to do. And you see that calling, it involves part time. So don't put yourself under the pressure of, I need to get the whole picture before I start. No, there is no such thing as the whole picture before I start. As the picture is being unfolded to you step by step, learn in that place. Be open to grow. There is no such thing on spiritual journey that is called a mistake. In fact, there's no such thing like that. It's just a learning curve. It's a learning process. And I established something yesterday while we were talking to the other couple. I said, you see the struggles that we had to go through in life before we answered our call. Sometimes the only explanation to it is that so that you'll be able to guide other people. I know that sounds ridiculous. So what are you saying? I had to go through this life just because of what? So that other people will not go through it. If I go through it, then every other person should go through it. That's a normal person. Or why can't every other person to learn not to go through it? But there are certain times that the only explanation for it is that so that you can guide other people not to go through it. Some of us have come to this world to literally clear the path. That is our spiritual calling, to clear the path. Yoruba will say, "Àwa là ń forí jágbó," so that other people will not. You are the one clearing the forest so that other people will have a tarred road to drive through. Is your calling. Now, let's talk about the part of where spirits can mess up your relationships. This is me giving you my own experience along the way. My finances were intact, health was intact, wonderful family. I didn't have to lose jobs because I was not picking up a job. Business was working up well. My kids were awesome. But you see, relationship, because I am, for those of you that listen your call and you have started, yeah, it keeps going off and on. Should I switch networks? Okay. By the time I answered the call, the things that they took away, they would replace it. Now, for somebody that is in spirituality and you have a spiritual call, it is very important who you get married to. Yeah, it's messing up. Let's switch it. Let me see. What network do we have now? Sorry about the network. Let me switch. Let me switch to wife. Is it okay now? Is it better now? Okay. We're supposed it's okay now. Okay. Let me see. Let me move it so that it will not be too far. So that we can. Yeah, I think I am. Okay. I feel yeah. We can just do this. Okay, it's okay now. So the things that spirits have taken away from you in the process of your action, reaction, consequences for not answering and blah blah blah, they will bring it back to you. You understand? Spirits will return those things back to you. And then I was saying that your marriage and your relationship is a vital part of your life when you are answering a spiritual calling. Sorry. Okay. So is a part your marriage and your relationship is a vital part of your life when you are answering your spiritual calling. And here is why. If they cannot get at you, as you are answering your spiritual calling, my dear, you are fighting battles for people spiritually. If they cannot come at you, their next target is your partner. If your partner is not a spiritually sound and a spiritually strong person, you would literally be constantly having to protect them, fight for them. The target would affect them. The attacks will affect them. The attacks will affect them. The attacks will have calling, or better still, just be single. Better still, just stay by yourself. Because or just answer your call first before you get married so that whoever it is that is coming into your life will know that you have this call and it is priority for you. Like I said, if the people you are trying to heal, to deliver from one problem or the other, once those that you are going to take a captive from somebody, they are not going to say, oh, because it's priestess one, she can speak English, let her go, it's okay, don't disturb. It's not possible.
The thing is, the people who come with their problems to you, let's say someone has said, my village people are after me and I need you to come and someone has done something for me and my business is not going well. Think of that person as a goat in in somebody's farm that they've tied, right? You as a spiritual person that they've come to consult is going to free that goat because that goat that they've put there is an illegal goat that they have taken. That doesn't mean that when you free that good from that place, that person is not happy about it. Even if what they've done is wrong. You know what I mean? Even if what they've done, yes, they stole the goat from somewhere, yet they shouldn't have tied that goat and kept it captive. The fact that you have gone to free that goat is going to upset them and they're going to take out that anger on you because
Exactly.
there's no more good. You've foiled their plans. So that's you
And
need
once
to
they
put
cannot
and
catch
once
you,
they cannot catch you, they will target your partner.
so it's something that is very important. Once they cannot get you, their first target is your partner. So you need to be sure that the person you are with on this journey, as somebody answering a spiritual call, a spiritual healer, a priest or a priestess, you need to understand the fact that that person has to be somebody that is inclined with this, somebody that understands the gravity of what you are doing, which is one of the reasons spirits will mess up your relationship before you get into it. Because why? It's not like, okay, now for me, if any of my previous marriages had worked, I wouldn't have been able to answer this call with them. Okay, the first marriage, very spiritual somebody. If I had said, if I called me, Orisha called me. How? I would have literally had to choose between, sorry, I'm switching this because of the, yeah. I would have literally had to choose between my home, my marriage, my husband, and my calling, which is what a lot of women are experiencing. I have a lot of them in my DM. Ah, Yawa, I have this calling, but my husband said I should not. So those of us who did not have a concrete relationship before we answered this call, we thought that spirit was being, life was being unfair on us. We thought that God neglected us. We thought that we had a problem. But I will tell you today that spirit was doing us a huge favor. Spirit was doing us a huge favor while they were doing that, because at the time at the time you now finally meet that person you are answering to, that you are sorry, that you are going to do your life with, you are already in a place where you have started your calling. They can see the evidence in you. They too have a calling. They too are looking for somebody like you, and together you guys have, your spiritual calling is about 70% of your life's journey. So you have already found somebody that you are doing that 70% of life's journey with. Do you understand? Somebody is asking, are we doing a consultation? Do I do consultation? Yes, I will send you I would post the WhatsApp number now. So you can send a message via DM for a consultation. So your marriage life is very important when you are answering spiritual call. Now, a major part of answering spiritual call in African spirituality, when you are coming from a Christian background, is how your family reacts to it, how your friends and family react. Because some people know they have a call, but they cannot answer that call because of their family. Legit, they cannot. They cannot answer that call because of their family. And that's bad.
What I have to say, obviously, for me, my family didn't take it well. But the thing is, oh, it, you have to think about it this way. Eventually, if you don't answer your call, you're going to become a liability to your family. So, what do you prefer? Do you prefer, yes, they like you and they like that you're doing what you want to do and you agree with them in terms of spirituality and not answering your calling and your liability to them, or your life is okay, you answer your call, you're doing well, and they'll be fine at the end of the day, even if they stop talking to you, but you're not a liability to them. Either way, you will upset them. You upset them either because you're a liability to them or because you decide to choose your calling and do what you need to do and they're not happy about it. But your life will be okay. And the life of those you've been destined to serve will be okay. So at the end of the day, you have to make the choice for yourself. Which one you're more comfortable with.
Whoa. That's deep. Oh. Sincerely, I didn't even think about it in that part, because that's the truth. Imagine that you're going through no job, interview today, interview tomorrow, everything is done. You are going through health challenges, finances, you are struggling with it, marriage and relationship, you are struggling with it. And that's because you don't want to answer your call. Who is the first person that you are going? I mean,
Your family now,
oh
you'll be
my
disturbing them
goodness.
with all your wahala.
You will be
At some
disturbing
point,
them
you'll
with
be
all
like,
your stress.
ah, for this one.
And then, most especially if you're answering the call of spiritual, or you're called and you're the firstborn of your family, of an African family, the responsibility that they expect you to answer, you cannot answer it. So you now become the child in that family who is not the pride of the family. The child that is always, what is it now? What's your own? The same thing you are doing, everybody is doing. And the
No, okay.
reason you are experiencing it is because you don't want to answer the call,
Because you don't want to offend them. Because
because
you
you don't
don't want
want
to
to
offend
offend them, you don't want
them.
to upset them, yet they will still get upset whichever way. Let's establish that. I never thought of it in that angle. They will still be offended and upset whichever way. So now choose the offense, choose
They should
they
choose
say
the offense. So choose the
they say it
offense.
will be hard. Choose your hard.
Choose your heart.
Choose the hard that you think is okay. Choose the hard that you think you can live with? Would you rather your
One
life
has
is making meaning
and your life is going
and your
well
life is going
and
well,
you're upset,
just like the lady
or
that we met yesterday? I'm trying to move closer because of the camera. Just like the couple we were talking to yesterday, she said her mom did not support her spirituality. Her mom is an MFM leader or pastor or whatever, MFM. And she was like, no, it's not happening.
background
And she stood her ground and she's answering the call. And right now, they cannot do anything in her family without consulting her.
even if you don't like
Even if they don't like where her money is coming from. That's her mother that did not support her. Now, I'm not saying this to make anybody feel bad. I'm not saying this to talk down on her mom in any way, but that is what spirits do. Once you answer that call, hold on. Once you answer that call, you become everything about you aligns.
life is okay. You
Once
have
you
peace with
answer that call, everything about you aligns. And then you're at peace with yourself. Everything is working out well for you. Oh, sorry. Hold on, please. Let me try and. Sorry, I had to sort this out. So okay, I'll come back. So sorry. So yes, when it comes to family, you see that finances that they took away from you, they will bring it back. And it will come back in such a way that the family members, I'm not saying your family members will go broke, but you see, spirit has a way of doing it that at least you are not a liability on them. They will look at your life and they will be able to say, I know we don't resonate with whatever it is she's practicing right now. I know we don't resonate with what he's practicing, but we can see success in his life. They will see the success in your life. They look at your life before you answer the call, which is when you are in church, and then or when you are in the mosque, or when you are wherever, and they look at your life right now. They might not admit it to your face, but they are able to tell that there is a difference. They are able to tell that you are making success, you are making progress. Low key, trust me, they are happy for you. Nobody wants their children or their
brother.
brother or sister to live this life and just be. You are a success. You are touching the lives of people. They might not admit it to your face, but they will be happy. Everybody will be all right eventually. So please, I don't want you to give that excuse of is my mother, is because of my father, is because of this. Now, like I said last week when we talked about now that you have come to Ifa, what next, right? It's possible that where you are right now, your spouse, especially for women, your spouse is the one that is financially responsible for you. Your parents are the one that are financially responsible for you. And because of that, it might be difficult to turn away from what they align with. But the truth is this: if you do not answer it, it will still not get better. Spirit is not going to take X because you are not a minor child. If you are a minor, then that's different. You're an adult. Spirit will not take the excuse of because the people that are feeding you don't align with. You take that step first. Take that first step and see how all of these things will fall into place. They will give you a sample of obedience. Yes, spirit will give you a sample of obedience. When you take that first step, they will give you that sample of look at how your life is aligning, look at how your life is working. You will see it. And then when you now decide to go full on, you will see how everything will change. So you see that your husband, your wife, your family here and there, they will align. No, everybody will be all right. They will fall into place. Yes, you will lose friends, but it just goes to show that those friends you lose are not really
You don't need to go forward with you.
They
where
don't
your
need to.
life is going.
You don't
They don't
exactly.
need to go forward with you where your life is going. Your life is going to be better. And it's not about the money. Oh. It's about, see, you will know the difference when from how you felt and how the quality of your life before you answered your call and the quality of your life afterwards, the peace, the mental clarity, the just being at home in your body, you know. So which one would you prefer? Would you prefer to be distressed, sick, a liability to your family, and they are not happy with you, or would you prefer you're okay, your health is okay, your body is okay, your mind is clear, you're all right, you're okay in the world, and your family is not happy with you? Which one will you prefer? I'm not. You prefer where you're still thriving as you are, right? Even though they're not happy, but at least your own personal space is not suffering, right? As opposed to the other option of where your personal space is suffering, everything about you is just suffering, and your family is not happy with you, and then they're like, ah, this person, ah, they're not happy with you. They're not just everybody is not happy. You're not happy. They're not happy with you. It's just you have to pick which one works best for your destiny. Um, and who knows, maybe eventually they may come around and start, and as people grow, because people are at different levels in their lives, and you can't take that from anybody, but you have to honor your own too, you know.
Okay, let me answer questions that we have asked so far. I will be reading it from the screen, so we'll take a few minutes away from our guest. Let me answer questions. It says, do you consult? Yes, I do consultation and send a message via WhatsApp. I will post the WhatsApp number through the other number. You see this IYANIFA Ewa Herbs, that's our backup page. So I've posted the WhatsApp number there. I will pin the comments, copy the WhatsApp number, send a message for the consultation that you want. Right. Okay. For the consultation that okay, you have message. Yeah, please hold on after you have sent the message. Good morning from Maryland. How are you doing? How do I meet you? Send a message via WhatsApp. Does everyone on earth have a call? No, it's not everybody on earth that has a spiritual calling, not at all. So we have talked about how to identify if you have a spiritual calling. If you are just joining and you missed that part, please go to the bio of this page. There's a link in the bio on this page that takes you to my YouTube channel, IYANIFA Ewa. I will type it here too now. IYANIFA Ewa TV. That's YouTube. That's the YouTube channel. So you can search or you can click on the link in the bio. It will take you there. And then you would get a replay of this video. So once this video is done, we will download it and then you get a replay and then you are able to listen from beginning. Now, even if you have experienced all of these things that we have as pointers to spiritual calling and you are still not sure, now the best way to confirm that you truly have a spiritual calling is to have a consultation, an IFA divination. So you have a consultation to be sure what your calling is, what spirit called you, what direction you are supposed to go, and all of the good stuff that comes with it. Oreyeye o, Oreyeye Oshun, Iya Ayinde Alagbo, ẹ ṣé o. Thank you very much. You don't like what I'm doing, but eventually takes money from it. Okay, I think you someone said he has seen pepper. May your pepper be converted to honey and milk because we all saw pepper. Last year, Mary, as you answer your call, your pepper will be converted to honey and milk for you. Last year, Mary. And one thing I would also say is that you see the times that you spent as you went on your journey. Now that you have not answered your call, it looks like you wasted time. It feels like you wasted time. But you see, when you answer your call, the things that you will be able to achieve within the space of that of a short period, it will be looking like okay, we talked about this yesterday. Let me adjust this. Um yes. We talked about something yesterday that I want us to okay. So when we were talking about time, like We're talking about Ramadan, and we said, oh, I was like, it was fast. Somebody said it
Oh,
was fast, and you were like, and you were like, time has
that's it.
not looked like.
Well, someone said, ah, this month of March has gone fast too. And so the past few, moments for us have not felt that way because it feels like it's been
It's been like,
really slow because of the amount of activities that have sort of incidentally been compressed into the amount of that in the short while.
yes,
So really, um, to what you're saying, you may feel like you have lost time and opportunity by see throughout this whole period where you've been struggling with the core but when on the other side so many things can be squished, so many good things, so many opportunities, so many insights, so many revelations can be squished into such a short time that it feels like you will catch up or that you've caught up, but only after you've answered your call and you're doing what you need to do. Yes.
so you see that part, it was funny because when we look back at the time we have spent together, to an average person, it looks like a short period. I mean, just been a couple of months. But the activities, the positive activities, the progress, I'm not just talking regular everyday activities, progress in life and spirituality that has happened for us within that short time. It goes on to say that after everything that you think that you have lost, the journey that you have gone through and everything that has been messed up, restoration is sure. Once you decide to answer, it's like everything you missed, spirits just bring everything, and your day is looking like it's 1 week because the activities and the things that you get to accomplish within 24 hours feels like something that somebody else would do in a month, literally. And that is not you planning, oh, let's do this. Oh, babe, let's plan all of this and make sure we finish it in 24 hours. No, these things just happen. This door just opens, this next opportunity just comes, this idea just comes, this aligning just comes, things that people would see. There was a personal experience that he had. I'm not going to share it because it's personal. But you see, with the way everything played out, take spirit out of it, take the Orishas out of it, take Olodumare out of it, it will have taken months to get that thing done. It will have literally taken months. And it took about 48 hours. It took about 48 hours. And right now, yeah, everybody outside the two of us still feels that we've not been able to do it. They still feel, it's going to be a lot of struggle for them to be able to, this thing will take them months. It will take them this stress. And it didn't. It was the shortest possible time. And it has something to do with spirituality, with life, with progress. I can assure you of that. I'm not campaigning for anything. So it's not like I'm saying this so that, you can come and join our church. No, there's no such thing. This is just us sharing what life has been, the experiences of us and other people. So you would recover all of those things. So at the end of the day, yes, can you be forced to answer a call? No, nobody can be forced to do anything. But based on our own experience and the experience of hundreds and thousands of other people that I have been able to interact with in my own case, I will tell you that life would get better, massively better, when you answer your call. Whatever that means for you, whichever way it means for you. For some people,
Aligns with your destiny. If you're paying attention, whatever way that aligns with your destiny, it will,
you will make that progress. It would work out that way for you. Let me move the camera closer and answer the question. You will make that progress. So what you're supposed to be thinking about right now is, how do I answer that call? How do I even know, first of all, that I have a calling, and then knowing that I have a calling, how does it align with me? How do I answer it? How does it align with me? So sorry for that. So that is what you need to find out right now. How do you answer that calling? How do you know what it is? Instead of you to just continue to struggle and tell yourself, no, I'm not doing. And then some of you, you are answering that call in a wrong direction. How does one answer his or her call? Okay, that means you have missed the previous part. Now, let's get to the okay. Let's do what we usually do. Let's do what we usually do. You are not tapping anymore. The likes are not increasing. I need this video to go as viral as it can. So you need to thank you for the likes and the thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts. Now, the next thing I'm going to be is it frozen? How to recognize your calling. Yeah. Trying to get a balance in the network. Sorry. Trying to get a balance in the network. Yes, the network. Sorry. I'm doing my best with that. So we're going next now on how do I answer my call? How do I know what I've been called to do? How would you know what you have been called to do? How do you confirm you have a call and how do you answer it? We have talked about all the struggles that comes with it. So keep tapping until we get to what are we now? 6, 7K. Let's get to 100K. Let me take questions and then from there we will be able to move on to how do I reach you? The WhatsApp number has been posted there, and then I will pin it again so that you can have it. How does one know how to answer their call? Okay, I would answer that. Just like when you are battling problems, when you liberate or when you break through, it comes, yes, exactly. It comes with all the things you have lost just literally comes back with it. You know, you would also experience that while you are getting back to answer your call. Do you do spiritual consultation? Yes. When you are swearing higher, yes, first will be falling. So spirits will just literally cut off certain things and certain people away from you. So now there are different calls that comes with different type of callings that come with African spirituality. And how do you know that's calling? Now that's not a question I can answer in an open space. We are different. We have different callings. As and if I tell you is do a divination. First of all, establish the fact that you actually have a calling and whatever it is that you think is not just in your head. Once you establish the fact that you have a calling, then what exactly has Spirit called you to do? Consultation is about life generally. It's not about this topic, is just about spiritual calling. Spiritual calling is just a topic. So if you need consultation in other aspects of your life, yes, if I would tell you, if you make a consultation in Ifa is literally telling you about your life, whether you have a calling or you don't have a calling. So for people that are on this live streaming and they feel this spiritual calling thing doesn't have anything to do with me, I just want to know what my life is. Yes, Ifa also answers that question. So yes, our consultation also covers that. Now, if you're answering your call in Ifa, if Yoruba spirituality is what you resonate with, your first step is to do your Itefa and your Ishefa because we first of all need to know the Odrifa that birthed you. Your Odrifa literally shows you your journey in life. That pretty much answers a lot of questions when it comes to your journey, your life, including your calling. Your Odrifa would show it. Now, for those of you that don't know what Itefa means, Ishefa means your Odrifa. Itefa is your initiation into Ifa. Is that thing that gives you your Odru. Your Odru contains your life journey, literally speaks about your destiny. So we say in Yoruba, consultation is not free. African spirituality is not free. If you are looking for free consultation, please go to church. African spirituality I didn't mean to sound that way, but to answer your question, no, it's not. So when you are coming from the other side of life where you existed before and you are coming to this earth, in Ifa, we believe that when we were coming from Orun, which is synonymous to heaven, and we are coming to this earth, we would always stop by at the house of a particular Orisha named, who knows the name of the Orisha, where we pick our Ori and our destiny. Ifa students, who knows the name of the Orisha, where we pick our destiny on earth before we come? Ajala. So we will stop by at the house of Ajala. Ajala is the one that molds our Ori and our destiny. Aruadenike Rebecca Adetunji, thank you very much for the response. So we pick our destiny from the house of Ajala. Now, when we come to this earth, everybody has Ajala, Mori Mori, yes, everybody has picked. But when we are born into this earth as infants, we don't remember that destiny. And one of the definitions of Ifa that we learned 2 weeks ago is that Ifa ni ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín. Ifa is the one that witnessed our destiny. Ajemi Posi, thank you very much. Ifa is the one that witnessed our destiny. So if you don't remember that destiny you picked, who do you ask from? The person that witnessed it. So that is why we go to Ifa in the practice called Itefa to confirm our destiny. And how does Ifa speak to us? Ifa speak to us through Odu. So you go to ask Ifa and say, what is my destiny? Then Ifa gives you your Odu that your Babalawo gives you. So when you now have your Odu, you are reading about it. It also contains your spiritual journey. So if you're answering your call in ISHESHE, in Ifa spirituality, your first step is your Ishefa. Once you do that, the second thing is your Egbe. You find out what your Egbe is. I had a whole teaching on Egbe a few weeks ago. The replay has been uploaded on the YouTube channel now. So you want to click on the link of the link in the bio of this page to take you to YouTube, or simply go to YouTube and search IYANIFA Ewa TV. You will get the replay of that page, the replay of that teaching that we talked about Egbe. Can your Odu be reviewed through a consultation? Yes, it's a consultation. Itefa is a form of consultation. But your Odu, that birth you cannot be reviewed in a general consultation. No, no, it cannot. Not a general consultation. How much does Itefa and Ishefa cost on the average? Ishefa and Itefa is no less than $1,000 or $1,000,000 on the average. With the current price of things today, it's not less than that. Now, the prices will vary based on the time you want to do it, the number of people that are there when you want to do it, because we can do Itefa and Ishefa for more than one person at a time. So when we have more people, we buy our materials in bulk, and that would also affect the price. But on the average, it's not less than $1,000,000 and $1,000 US. Yes. So once you have that, you have your Egbe. Can a woman also Shefa and Tefa? Yes, a woman can. It's like you're asking me, can a woman know her destiny? Because people that I hear people say this a lot, a woman is not supposed to do Itefa. And true Itefa is the only way you can know the Odu that breath you, that talks about your destiny. So people that say that women cannot do Itefa are literally saying women are supposed to come into this world and leave this world without any direction, without any meaning, without any knowledge of their destiny. Does that sound like Olodumare? No. Okay. All right. So yeah. So that is what you're supposed. So you know about your Egbe, you know about your Odu that birthed you, and then you know the Orisha that called you. So since you have a calling, you know about the Orisha that called you. Mr. Dave Akinwale, thank you for the gift. So that is the third thing you have to do. If you are answering your call in ISHESHE and in Ifa, now there are other forms of spirituality. My my partner is a Dibia, is an Igbo spiritual healer, is an Igbo priest. He's answering his own call in Igbo spirituality. Okay. The process is slightly different with them. All right. So as time goes on, he would continue to educate us about what Igbo spirituality is like. I know there are a lot of people that have come to ISHESHE, to Ifa, and you are Igbos, and the spirit that called you a spirit of your own ancestors in your own village specifically. So he will be helping you navigate your path in Igbo spirituality. But remember that Ifa is open to everybody. But specifically, certain spirits and certain deities of your father's house as an Igbo person can call you. Those spirits and deities are not represented in Yoruba land. Answering your call in Ifa and ISHESHE will not take care of that. So some of you need to identify with the deities and the ancestors of your father's house. So for those of you that are from the eastern part of Nigeria, southeast, those of you that are from the diaspora whose ancestors take their source from the southeast, the Dibia will guide, through that journey and through that process. um if you are being if you are being called for certain area, there should be a way of helping people through the journey. That's why we have this program. That's why we have a spiritual mentoring program. That is why I'm teaching you, because we are here to guide you. We have worked on that journey, we are still working on that journey, and we are guiding. So I said, if you feel like you have a spiritual calling and you have not been able to answer it, or you're answering it and you're not sure of certain things, just send a DM for clarity, for guidance. We'll do a consultation, or send a WhatsApp message to this number that is pinned on the screen. My backup page is IYANIFA Ewaheb. So please follow that backup page. You know how social media can be at times. Let's have a backup page. Can somebody be told a wrong and false Odu? Yes, you can be told a wrong Odu. If you if you mistakenly get into the hands of scammers, they can give you wrong Odu. It's not every Odrifa that comes out that is real and genuine. Depends on who is doing it for you. So yes, you can get a wrong Odu. Please, ma, is it possible for a Delta lady to have a calling of Yoruba? Oh yes, you can. We have a lot of, look at people in the diaspora. We have priests and priestesses of Ifa who are who are not Yoruba in any way. The woman that built the groove, the Oshun Oshogbo groove, the German um, lady that came here and became an Olorisha, Susan Wenger. She doesn't have any lineage with black people. She does not have any lineage with black people at all. And she came here, she found her calling in Oshun, and she became an Oshun priestess, and she did a lot. What we have continuously this year, that is year in, year out, that is being celebrated as the Oshun Oshogbo Festival, she pushed for the campaign of it heavily. And she's not even Nigerian or African in any way. So yes, you can come from different parts, different colors, different races, different tribe, and find your calling in Yoruba spirituality. Yes. But is it everybody that will find their calling in Yoruba spirituality? No. Which is what a divination will do. If your calling is in your own people's place, in the deities of your own land, if I will tell you to go and find that deity that they are worshiping in your father's house, if I will direct you back to your father's house. So some of you will find it there, some of you will not find it there. Let me take any more questions. Can someone learn the Ifa language used during divination and learn the art of divination? The Ifa language is Yoruba. Yes, and that is what we do at Ifa College. Ifa College is an online learning platform. It's the International College of Ifa and Yoruba Studies. At the moment, we have 6 courses. The first course is Ifa Studies, where you learn about the spirituality of Ifa. The second course is Orisha Herbalism and Traditional Medicine, where you learn to be a spiritual healer, to be a traditional medicine practitioner as given to our orishas. The third is Ocean Fertility and Midwifery, where you learn about reproductive health for both male and female, fertility and maternity as given to Orisha Oshun. The fourth one is Yoruba Studies. You learn Yoruba language, Yoruba literature, and yes, you want to learn the language of Ifa and you want to learn about Ifa divination, register at the Ifa College, right? So You want to register for that, you want to send a message via WhatsApp. The WhatsApp number is now showing on your screen and it is pinned, or you can send a DM. So somebody asked a question. He said, how much is Akosejaye and can it be done together like Itefa? Akosejaye is for children. Akosejaye is that first consultation that is done for minors. As an adult, you do not do Akosejaye. What you do is Itefa is pretty much the same thing. But Akosejaye is like literally the first step you take into life. The first step you take into life. It is a reading that is done as you are coming into life, pretty much done before the child's naming ceremony, before that 7 days. Okay, so if you have not done Akosejaye when you are a child or you don't know anything about it, then you do Itefa. That is what we do for an adult. You want to find out the cost, please send a message via WhatsApp. Um, you want to go through I should take you through the process of Itefa. Oriade, what do you mean? You want me to explain how Itefa is done on this live streaming, or you want to do Itefa with me as a priestess? Let me understand your question. If your question is that I should take you through the process of Itefa on this live streaming, no, I'm not going to do that. I am not supposed to do that. Itefa is a private thing. In fact, when they are doing Itefa for you, they cover your eyes. So we are not going to share that in a public place. No. But if your question is that can I as an Ifa priestess do it Ifa for you? Oh yes, I can. Um Please, is it possible? Okay, I've answered that question. Can someone be told you're wrong? Go do yes. If you have a calling from a certain area, yes, I've answered that question. Difference between Itefa and Akosejaye, I've answered it. I've answered this one. Let me see what other questions do we have. Please, is your consultation just about okay? I've answered it. I've answered that question. Let me see if there's any other question. How do you know whether you have a call? Okay, I think we have answered the question. So let's go to the last part of this, the last part of our teaching. Let's go to the last part of our teaching and then we round this off. If you have any questions, so the last part of your teaching is your process as you answer this call. The last part of your teaching is your process as you answer this call. I'm sorry, what is this? Disconnect. Um, okay, we're not inviting anybody here. I don't like this split screen. Okay. Can more than one Orisha call you? Oh yes, more than one Orisha can call you. You can have different Orishas call you. Very, very possible. So as you answer this call, answering your spiritual call in Ifa is a profound and sacred process that requires deep introspection, preparation, and guidance from experienced practitioners. Now, I'm reading to you from my spiritual mentoring program group, where I get to mentor people on their spiritual journey. The steps that you take can vary depending on your personal circumstances. It depends on who you are, where you. Sorry, I'm trying to get this thing off. Okay, so I have something on my screen that looks like this, and I don't understand how to get
Oh,
it
did
off.
you invite people to?
Yeah, I think I accidentally did that, but I have disconnected the person, and I just want my screen to go
Go
back
back
to
to
here. I don't know how that works. So your journey depends on what you are going to experience on your journey. It depends on your personal journey. What is going to work for you, which is why at the IFA college. Wait, where did you say that? This one. Okay. Okay. No, that ends the live stream. No, cancel. Yeah. So which is why on this journey at the spiritual mentoring program group, we take you on a personal journey because it has to do with you as an individual. So the first thing is a self reflection. The first thing is a self reflection. Yeah, I did that and then he gave me this. First thing is a self reflection and awareness. You first of all have to recognize that you have the call. You acknowledge the fact that you have a call, right? And then once you acknowledge that you have a call, you do your spiritual consultation to accept the call, to know what your call is. Okay, this is my call. This is what I want to do. This is how I'm supposed to do it. And then you do that. Now, the next one is that you seek guidance through your consultation. You seek guidance through a consultation, which is what I said. Seek guidance through a consultation. Let's be able to know through a consultation that this is what works for you, this is what you're supposed to do. You confirm that through a consultation. And an IFA consultation is the only way that works. Don't let somebody tell you that they think this is what I think. So I was telling somebody today, I said, you cannot come to an IFA priest and say that, oh, can you give me an advice? What do you think? These are the things that I'm experiencing. Who called me? Who is the person that called me? No, it's just one person. It's just the only person or the only being that can confirm that for you is Ifa. So it's not you coming to somebody to tell them to tell you what they feel. Ifa has to be the one to confirm it for you. Ifa has to be the one to confirm, please. And this should also go to every area of your life. I beg of you. Every area of your life. Don't just come on TikTok, on Instagram, and then say that you want somebody to just guide you, direct you into what to do. Please, ma, I just need you to advise me. No, you are not supposed to live your life based on advice of somebody else. You are supposed to live your life based on knowing that this is what your Ori wants for you. This is what the Orishas want for you. This is what aligns with you. This is what works for you. And the only person or being that can confirm that is Ifa. So that's also very important on your journey. Once you have confirmed from Ifa that this is your journey, this is what you have to do, then you have to accept it and embrace your destiny, which is what I told you the other time, that a lot of people are experiencing negativities because consequences because they are not following their journey, following their path. And then when they get tired, "Ah, I'm tired of this. I just want a way out of this." What is driving them is the solution. What is driving them is not the acceptance and embracing their journey. And when that happens, the only thing that is driving you is solution. You are still not ready to answer the call. You are still not going to experience that change that you want. So accepting the call is very important. And then you have to be committed to the path. Once you have decided to accept this call, it has to be a commitment. You have to be committed to it. You should be able to tell yourself that, okay, this is what I want to do now, and I am ready to do it. There has to be a commitment. It's not one that you start, it's not a journey that you start and then you stop halfway. Oh, because, and why that happens with people is because they are looking for a certain result. There is a certain result they are looking for. That's why that gets to happen. If all you just want to do is answer your call, then it should not be a problem. You are not looking for a certain result. You just want to answer your call. It makes you stay committed. Number 4 is for you to undergo the required initiation, the required rites, the required rituals for you to be able to answer that call. There are some spiritual practices that they have to do for you. In Ifa, it is your Itefa, or when they initiate you into an Orisha, you have to, it is like your admission into school. Welcome in here. It's like you are called to bar. is like your um induction in medical practice. That is what your initiation is. It's not, it's a process that you cannot skip. So any spiritual calling you are answering and they say, oh, this spiritual calling does not require any initiation or induction, they're deceiving you. You are lying to yourself. All of you are deceiving yourself. That is a very strong part. Then, like he also said, you need to go to the process of a purification. Now you are coming with so many energies from where you are coming from. So many things has messed up your life, your head, your thinking, your mind, your emotions, your psychological health, your mental health, your physical space. Before you answer, your first step is a purification, a cleansing to remove all those things away, right? Then you would go ahead with it. Then you now go into your training and your learning process. Now, in Ifa and ISHESHE, we have something that is similar to what I would call a structure when it comes to learning. You know, you are with your babalawo, you are there, you are learning. But you see, a lot of this thing, you will learn it by yourself. Spirits will teach you by themselves. A manifest priestess. A lot of things that I know about spirituality today, I didn't learn it under a babalawo somewhere. I didn't learn it reading Ifa books. Now, being under a babalawo somewhere, does that help? Yes. Reading books, watching videos, attending conferences, yes, is knowledge increase. But there is the part where spirits will teach you themselves in different forms, in messages, in visions, in whatever it is, to teach you yourself. And some of you, even as you have started dropping messages for you on the things that you need to learn, spirits will direct you to people you need to learn from, places. I had to travel different states in southwestern Nigeria and across the coast of West Africa to learn. Spirits will direct you to a particular. A lot of times, the people I learned from are not even Ifa priests and priestesses, but spirit had knowledge that I needed to get from there, and they will direct you there. Now, you can generally listen to people, but you should have that one mentor that understands your journey and is able to teach you and guide you and direct you in that way. Then you also need to build a relationship with the divine, a relationship with your ancestors, your orishas, with Ifa, with your Chi, with your Ori. You have to build that relationship. That's on you personally. So when you have done your Itefa and you bring your Ifa home, first of all, if you have a spiritual calling, you don't have any business abandoning your Ifa in the house of your Babalawo. He's not the one that is answering the call for you. And if you are in the line of the southeastern spirituality, the Igbo spirituality, you don't have any business dropping all the things they've done for you, all your installations that you've done, your agro installation, your chi installation, all the materials they've given to you, we take it home. Go there every day, sit with your Ifa every day, sit with all the things they've given you, the orishas you have, your the egbe pots that they gave to you, sit with it, communicate with the divine. It's a relationship you are trying to develop. Sit with it and understand that on a daily basis and let it make sense to you, right? And then when you're done with that, you now move to the part where you need to you need to exercise a lot of patience. Some of you want to answer your call today and you want to, for lack of better words, you want to see signs and wonders every day, like just like that, like, oh, immediately. You need to have a lot of patience. Yeah, it will cancel. You need to have a lot of patience, a lot of it. Learning as you go, learning as you go on this journey. a lot of patience as you go on this journey. You need to be very patient. Spirits will go with you on their own pace, at their own time, in their own way. Sometimes spirits will test your patience because you need it on this journey. Some of you are just answering your spiritual call because you want to be able to to be able to learn how to do spiritual work, to perform magic, to do spiritual work to make money, to do spiritual work to get this, to do spiritual work to deal with your enemies, those people that have offended you. So if you are on this journey and you need a mentor, at IFA College, we are open to mentoring you. IYANIFA, I am open to mentoring you. So you can, send a DM, send a message via WhatsApp. We can deal with it when we are done. Send a DM, send a message via WhatsApp, and then we start on your journey of mentoring. So I have a spiritual mentoring program where I take a lot of people. I mean, we've been running that program. It's going to be the fourth year. We started in 2021. By June 2025 is going to be the fourth year that I've had to help. I mean, we started with less than 100 people, and right now we have had, each of our group team is 100 people per time. And over the last 4 years more than more than 20 groups of 100 people each. That's like over 2,000 people on this spiritual journey. That's aside, the number of people that come in for consultation from time to time. So yes, you are interested in joining the spiritual mentoring program. You want me to work with you as your personal spiritual mentor. The WhatsApp number is now showing on your screen. I will pin it, and then you can send a message. So you go through that, right? And then you, like I said, build a relationship with your ancestors, with the spirits that you're working with. Please, can you just shed a little light on that process when you're coming in to answer your call in Igbo spirituality? Like the way we have ISHEFA, ITEFA, you have your Egbe, you have your this, like the initiation practice. So that, some people have met people that said, oh, we have done this thing for you, but then they don't see anything. Like the lady that came yesterday saying that, oh, she went to do her Egbe initiation and they did her Egbe initiation for her. And after then, she was not just hearing anything from her spirit guide anymore. Communication just closed up. Now, people like that need to know that when I spoke with her yesterday, even without doing a consultation, I was able to identify that what they did for her was wrong. What they did for her was not something and aligned with her own destiny. You get? But when they listen to somebody who has gone through the process, who knows, okay, this is the first step, this is the second step that involves the chi installation, the argo installation, you settle this, you settle that, the deities here and there. People need to know that this is what the route is likely to be like. So that just in case they have done something for them that is a mess, they will know that, you know what, it's not spirits that is not answering you. It's because where you went to, they took you through a process that doesn't even have anything to do with what is supposed to be.
For when the person has done a consultation and they realize, okay, they have a spiritual calling to be a TBI or a spiritual healer, um, during the initiation stage, the three major um, things to be installed or to be ignited, three major energies to be ignited or installed are the Agu. In Igbo, Agu is the spirit of healing and divination. Right? So during the initiation, they need to install the Agu. They need to also do installation for your Ikenga, which is the spirit or the deity of effort and ambition. And your Chi is the spirit that works with you. So the same way you have your Ori,
Your Ori.
yes, in Yoruba. So these are parts that must be um, present or that must be installed in during the initiation and part of the ritual stages. And the person doing this work needs to know what to do and needs to have these elements installed during the initiation stage to becoming a dibia or an Igbo spiritual healer. Um, that's pretty much about it. And then also your ancestors from your family, where you're coming from, also have to be venerated and included and brought into that because you're coming in as a spiritual healer, but you're not coming from nowhere. You're coming from
From a
people, you're coming
lineage.
from lineage, and they need to be represented. They need to be they need to bear witness. So you need to invite them into that process. So whoever is facilitating the initiation knows that that process needs to be done. These your ancestors need to be invited into that space. They need to bear witness to it, and they also need to be fed, in that initiation. So yes, that's what.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes. Annex luxury. Thank you so much. Because somebody is saying, please, I'm still waiting for you to reply on WhatsApp. Excuse me, sir or ma, do you expect me to abandon this live streaming and respond to you on WhatsApp? Because you should know your WhatsApp response will come after this. Until we are done with this, I cannot attend to anything on WhatsApp. It's the same person. All right. I'm the same person you want to get a response on WhatsApp. So please, let's be patient enough, and that's one major thing that we need to learn. Let's be patient enough. African spirituality, I mean, Africa, and be considerate of other people. African spirituality requires us to experience this patience, a lot of it. Exercise it. Don't be in a hurry. Spirits are not rushing. We'll answer everybody. Thank you very much. So yeah, after you do all that, you have a relationship with your spirits, with powers that work with you. Then you now take the step in beginning to serve your community. No Yoruba today at all. Iya Oshun Aramide. So the larger percentage of our community members and people on this live streaming are non-Yoruba speaking audience. So that is why we don't. When we make our Iba, we speak Yoruba. When I do the Iwure at the end of the program, we speak in Yoruba. At the beginning, we welcome everybody in Yoruba. But during the teachings, the larger percentage of people that we are speaking to, communicating with, are non-Yoruba audience. You understand? So thank you for understanding. Then you start to serve your community. You take your steps. Now you have answered your call. You have done all your initiations and rites. So the next question people ask is, so how do I meet my clients? How will they will come to you, but you need to put yourself out there. You don't sit down and lock yourself up in your house after answering your call and then now say that um and then you now say that you are waiting for them, they've not come. You need to put yourself out there, physically or spiritually. Just like you don't go to school to study medicine and become whatever it is you are a surgeon, and then you sit and lock yourself up in the house and you are expecting that the world is supposed to know that you're a doctor. No, it's either you want to be a mobile medical practitioner that people call, find you online, make consultations with you online, and then you go to them, or you want to have a clinic in your house where people can walk in. So you need to choose how you want to answer that your spiritual call and begin to work on the practice. And then the next step is your offerings and your rituals. Very important. You see, the moment you answer your call as a spiritualist, it becomes non-negotiable. It becomes non-negotiable for you to do sacrifices and appeasement. You are not the one that people will now have to be reminding you. You are waiting for your babalawo or your IYANIFA to remind you that you have to do your spiritual your etutu anebo. No, you have passed that stage. You are now at the stage that you are the one that is reminding people. The people that you are called to serve, you are the one that now has to remind them. So physically, you probably need to set timers to say, I want to do my AJ every Monday. Or say, if I want to be able to do my Ose. Or say, Egbe, I want to know. You have to literally set your timers and reminder on your calendar so that you will not forget. Because that thing you have stepped into requires constant appeasement and sacrifices. Number 9, you need to embody humility and patience. You see that part? You can humility and patience, respecting people, respecting your elders. Now you have come to understand spiritual authority. You have come to A little child can be a higher spiritual authority. You have come to understand that life is more than just meet the eyes, it's more spiritually. Be patient and be humble. Spirit will test you with knowledge and with power. They want to see how you are able to handle knowledge. Spiritual maturity is your ability to know certain things and not act on it because you know the consequences of it. You know certain spiritual work and spiritual do it. That is your spiritual, your sense, your test of spiritual maturity. What if you are not in Nigeria? It doesn't matter. Spiritual work would work irrespective of if you are not in Nigeria. People from your village can cast spell on people that are not in Nigeria if they can. If village people can deal with, can follow people from Nigeria to the abroad without visa and plane ticket, every spiritual work and practice will get to you where you are. So if you have a question in that regards, just send a message via WhatsApp. And then Afoli, I can see your response when you're saying, yes, spiritual maturity, spirits will test you. They will test you to see if the only reason you are here is I want to, now that I have power, I want to show power. Every single person that offends you, you just go and pull up your spiritual book and look for how you can put three alligator pepper and two kola nuts with one bag of rice and just curse the person, cast a spell on the person, deal with the person. No. Spiritual maturity is knowing these things, having the knowledge of it, and being able to withhold yourself at certain times and just say, no, I will not do this. I will not allow anybody to push me into this. I would wait and make a divination before I take a step. You understand? So that's number 9. The 10th one says you have to continue seeking guidance. It's not just, oh, I've done a divination, now I have my own Odrifa, now I'm a priest on my own. I don't need anybody to guide me spiritually. I don't need any consultation. I don't need anybody to put me through. No. Spiritual guidance has to be ongoing. Your divination has to be ongoing. You have to stay open to learn, add more knowledge, have more insights. That's how it goes with spiritual knowledge. So answering your call in Ifa, it's a very deep and sacred journey that involves a lot of commitments. African spirituality is capital intensive. African spirituality is capital intensive. African spirituality is money intensive. So as you are answering the call, spirits will bring money to you. But remember that money can never be enough for anybody. We want more. So you always have that excuse of, it's not enough. But if you make your spirituality a priority, as your money comes in, the first thing you should put money aside for is your spirituality. Before you even talk about your bills, excuse me, yes. Before you talk about, I have these bills to pay, remove money aside for your spirituality. It's priority, and it has now become double priority for you because you are answering a call. You understand? So everything we have said today, starting from how you know you have a call, what are the things that happens if you don't answer your call, how to recognize the call that you have, the steps to take to answer that call, and your life after that call. If you missed a certain part of this live streaming, the replay is going to be available on YouTube at IYANIFA TV. Go on YouTube and search IYANIFA TV, subscribe and turn on notification. The link to the YouTube channel is also in the bio of this page. Those of you that are watching a replay via YouTube, this is the Ifa Collect TikTok page where we have a Sunday morning live streaming every Sunday, 12 noon Nigerian time, 11 a.m. GMT, 7 a.m. at the moment on EST, and 3 p.m. Dubai time. You want to come and follow our pages on other social media platforms. It's Ifa College on all social media platforms. And we're here to learn. Okay, that's what Ifa College is about. Yes, for those of you that your network messed up along the way, you also want to catch a replay. Now, there is a replay of the video on Egbe where I explained about Egbe. A lot of people have questions about Egbe. That's the last video that was dropped on the YouTube channel. So you want to get that video. So I want to officially, sorry about the flies. So let me officially for those of you that my what's it called now? My active followers that have been following my journey and my story. So I showed you this 2 weeks ago or last week. It's official. IYANIFA is engaged. I know. And it feels good because, like I said earlier today, about you having your spiritual calling and having a partner that you're working with, and that spirit will drive away a lot of the previous partners that you have or that you had, just so that you will not be stuck in a relationship that does not align with you answering your call. Right? When you eventually answer the call, your partner might not come at that time that you have answered the call. Spirit is still working on you or working on your partner where they are. You understand? And along the line, when that time comes, when you are, because it takes more than just spirituality to build a marriage or a relationship with somebody. You have to be mentally, emotionally, psychologically, financially ready, spiritually ready. When spirit sees that you are at that point when you are ready, then your paths would align with that person. Every previous relationship you have dabbled into is just for you to learn, to be able to identify. Now, shortly before we connected, yeah, I was in a previous relationship. A few people might know the person. This person also had a spiritual calling, right? Or I thought they did. I think they did. I'm not sure now. But there was something that that relationship taught me. It was a short term relationship, it was like 6 weeks. So there was something I learned. And while I was going through it, I'm there again asking, why did I have to meet this person? Anyways, let me tell you, one thing was at that point when I met that other person, I didn't do an Ifa divination. Yes, I know. Somebody will say, a whole Yanifa, you did not check. Because I was tired at that point. I was tired of checking. Every time you check, if I will say the person is good, but this and this, and by the time you look at the but, it's discouraging. At a point, I had made up my mind, you know what, maybe this love thing was not for me. I mean, I'm doing well in every other area of my life, so it's okay not to have it. So when I met that other person, the toxicity that came with that relationship, when I started experiencing it days after the relationship started, about a week after, I decided to do the divination. And if I says, oh, the person is good, this person has a spiritual call, this person is a good person with a good heart, but there will be fighting. If I specifically said, argument and fighting will be so much in that relationship. And you guys might try to patch it up at the initial stage, but it will get to a point where midway, halfway, you guys will just have to separate. You cannot live at peace with each other, despite the fact that you are two good people, two great people. And if I specifically said, when you get to that point, that middle point, if you push it to that point and you split, the split is going to cause both of you to lose certain things. Now, I was a couple of weeks into that relationship, barely 2 weeks, and if I said that, I sat him down, I explained to him. His mom was also she's also a spiritual person. I sat her down next to she was like, yes, she too checked and she saw it. But every relationship will have fighting and argument. It's a normal thing. People will have fallouts. You would have misunderstanding and disagreement on certain things, and you will just sort it out. So nobody runs away from relationship because they said there will be arguments and fighting. But if I did not just say there will be arguments and fight, if I stressed on the type of fight and arguments, on the intensity of it, on the frequency of it. So his mom was like, you guys can do it. You love each other, you know. And we started doing it. Now, let me ask you a question that I asked myself later on. After a month of that relationship, with the constant toxicity, fighting, arguing almost every 2 days, I asked myself, I said, what am I trying to prove? If this relationship works, am I trying to prove Ifa wrong? If this relationship works eventually, am I going to stand up and say, if I say there will be fights, we will scatter, but we made it through? At that time, I knew this was fruitless effort. You cannot prove Ifa wrong. It's not possible. You can't. You will spend a whole lifetime struggling to do it and you will not do it. You cannot do it. So, yes, two wonderful people, great personalities, but it was not meant to be. Now, it was 6 weeks of, I was literally begging for peace and calmness. Every time there's a fight, and his mom is like, so his mother recognized who I am spiritually, and she wanted that so much for her son because she was also a spiritual person. So she wanted so much that her son would have this. Please don't me call someone. She wanted so much that her son will have this spiritual woman, who was strong, has a high spiritual calling, who is an authority in Aegbe, who is financially stable, who literally has everything all worked out. Everybody wants that for their children. But then the question we ask is, that person you are looking at as a high spiritual authority has their life together, has come to fulfill a particular purpose and destiny. Do we ask them? Do you ask yourself, is that the kind of person that they need? The microphone. Is that the kind of person that that person needs? And then what's it called? The charger. So you need to ask yourself, is that the kind of person that they need? So she wanted, but was I the kind of person that her son need? Is her son the kind of person that I needed to fulfill my own journey? No, it wasn't. So I remember that day I spoke with another Babalawo friend and I narrated the incident. I said, I think I have trapped myself in this relationship that is draining me. I don't want to be the one to say I'm done because, yes, over the last previous relationships, once I see that this doesn't align with me, I take myself out of the situation. So the guy was already beginning to guilt trip me and gaslight me into, oh, that is the way you meet people and you just break their heart and you go. That's the way you make other people's son fall in love with you and you just break their heart and go. So I didn't want to be the one to say I was done, but I knew this wasn't working for me. And I knew it was closer to that middle point where Ifa says, if the breakup eventually happens, a lot of things will be affected. I didn't want to get to that point. So I reached out to a and he told me, he said, talk to Ifa. Just go to your Ifa and tell your Ifa you are sorry you went into this without a divination. You just felt, you know what, we can make it happen. But you want out. Ifa should find that out way for you that is not going to cause you any pain and struggle. I did. And the following day, another fight happened as usual. But this time around, he was one that literally said, you know what, I'm going, I'm done, I'm dead. And he left. To want? Is it too much for me to say, can I just go 1 week and 1 month without any drama? And she's like, don't worry, we will. Now, another thing that is worthy of note, we are both Ogboni members. So the lady where I was installed as IYANIFA, hi. The lady where I was installed as IYANIFA is the same. You can tell someone to call her. Okay. Is the same lady where the guy was also installed as Oluwo. In fact, I was instrumental to how he got to being installed as an Oluwo and appointed as an Oluwo. And I know that that was my Ori directing me to do something in the Awo for somebody, which I don't regret. No, I don't. So the people in the Awo also called to say, you people, you are good together. We cannot allow you to split. What's the problem? Let's I'm like, God, no, I don't want this. And then, when people that are of higher spiritual authority than you, they step into a situation, people that are, Yoruba will say, àwọn tí ò lè gba nǹkan lọ́wọ́ èèyàn tì, people that cannot, that if they give you an instruction or if they ask you for something, make a request, you cannot say no to them because of the position that they hold in your life. So they also stepped in and they talked, and I'm like, ah, okay, let's see how it goes. But of course, I was done. My spirit was done. I was just like, I don't want to be seen as a bad person. Let's see how it goes. So he called, he apologized. Oh, let's make it work, blah, 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 blah. And then I went back to Ifa. I said, this is the situation I find myself again. I'm going to accept this, but I know it's going to end. But between now and when it ends, I don't want any drama. Just please. And I don't want to be seen as a bad person. So he came back, journey continued. A couple of days afterwards, another drama. And then that time around, you've seen her. That time was I just told myself, I said, you know what, this time around, no, 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 no. So the way it happened, the way Ifa will make such things happen, it was just nobody could come to me to say sorry or anything. It just happened and he went away. And I just told myself, this time around, no. Every form of communication was going to be cut. Now, why am I explaining this to you? Is because as we journey on this life, especially as people with spiritual calling, people see you, oh, you are the one that doesn't see yourself, oh. People see you, they recognize your spirituality, they recognize your calling, they recognize your power, they recognize who you are and what you represent. And people will literally target you. People will target you. So once again, I learned that aside from people targeting you, there are mothers out there that are targeting spiritual women for their sons. And they are also targeting spiritual men for their daughters. So if you are somebody that has a spiritual calling, live with this thing, especially if you are still single. Understand the fact that people are targeting you to have you in their corner. They know that the moment you associate with them, blessings will come. You can imagine that his mom was literally asking me at a point, saying, let my son be the one to be feeding your egbe, to be taking care of your egbe. And I looked at her like this. I'm like, why? She said, I know that you understand spirituality. I cannot lie to you so that your Egbe can bring blessings to him. Your Egbe can help him. Your Egbe can protect him. I was like, okay. She was like, at least you people are going to get married. He's going to be your husband. Let him start to take care of your Egbe. That is them recognizing what you have and wanting it for themselves. And usually is selfish reasons. Because if it is not selfish reasons, as a woman, you are the one that should choose by yourself to say, oh, this is the person that I want, that I've chosen. And I want my spouse to be able to do this and this and this for me and with me, not them making demands for it. Now, all of that ended. And what was I looking for? Peace and calmness, because I have been through Glasgow. Ah, I used to think I have energy for drama. No, you see me, you know that this woman has energy. I met energy. She, I met drama pro man, and I knew that no, this wasn't it. All I was looking for was calmness. So at this point that I am, between now and then, I have come to acknowledge and understand what peace and calmness means in a relationship. Let me tell you something. I'm not a relationship counselor. I'm not a married counselor or a relationship coach. Nah, 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 nah. It's not my thing. I don't even have experience enough to be able to guide anybody through that. But I will say this. When you find your person, please, the first sign you should look out for is peace, calmness, and safety. You see that place where you feel calmness, where you feel naturally calm. It just comes with it. So I feel like I had to go through that very toxic and dramatic and relationship that was filled with a lot of this to be able to recognize calmness and peace when I find it, when I see it. Because my own life too has been filled with activities. My everyday life is activities. I did not have so much of calmness and quietness around me. But spirit was taking me to another level where I needed to be calm to hear certain things. So I needed to first of all experience chaos, drama, toxicity for that short period. And I knew that no, peace and calmness was it. And when we met, I feel like, mhm, yeah, yeah. Um, so when we met, the first thing that I saw, the first thing that I recognized, the first thing um that was it for me was the calmness. And of course, I did an IFA divination immediately. So let me tell you something interesting. I have a lot of priests that I work with and priestesses. I've had a priest that is specially assigned to do consultation for me when it comes to men. Because I didn't want to be talking to too many people about that. So I just found one person that I resonated with. Anytime I meet a new person and I feel, oh, this person and I are talking, let me check with if I is that particular priest that I sent the person's name to. So he's been with me on this journey for like 6 years. And somebody is like, for 6 years, somebody was checking for you back and forth. My brother, my sister, and so we see some of us are just like that. Our journey is just like that. And I have come to embrace it and accept it. And trust me, he also has, yes, he would share with us what that journey was like, just so that we can all learn. Because it's peculiar with us that are called, people that are chosen. Your relationship life will be dramatic. Trust me, it will be until you eventually find that person. So the first thing that was it for me was the peace and calmness. When you pick up the phone and you call somebody and your spirit is just calm and everything is just calm, it's just quiet, you are not stressed. In fact, it was, when you are coming from, take a hand, let's understand it from here. You are coming from a place like New York, the heart of Queens, or you're coming from Lagos and you have to move to somewhere like Ilorin. I know Ilorin people not like this, but you have to move to somewhere like Ilorin, or you have to move to somewhere. Let me see, you're moving from the heart of Queens to where? To somewhere like
Minnesota.
yes. You know how
So
it is.
quiet.
You know how it is when the first few weeks you are wondering, why is this place quiet? You have this imbalance in your spirit. People that have lived in Lagos before and have moved from Lagos, they experience that thing. You get to other
Much quiet
places,
place I
much
like.
quiet and calm places, and I can't cope because nobody is shouting. You
Nobody's
don't have to
rushing.
wake up at 8 o'clock, at 4 o'clock. You get to the car park at 7 and you can drive 15 minutes and get to work. You wake up in the morning by 4, you are at the bus stop and there's nobody there. And by 5 o'clock, you eventually find a cab and you get to work at 5:30. And everybody is wondering what happened. Did your landlord send you out of the house? Why are you here at 5:30? And you're wondering, why are you not here at 5:30? You know that adjustment that you have to do. I felt that when I met him. A part of my system is like, I'm not used to this calmness. I'm not used to. But then my spirit says, calm. That's what you have to do. You just have to be calm. Previous relationships I have, my work schedule has had always been the excuse. I'm working. I'm an Ifa priestess. I have a lot of things I do. I have other businesses I take care of. I'm a mom. I have children that I take care of. So if you are in a relationship with me and I can only speak to you 1 hour per day, you would appreciate that 1 hour because you know how busy my life is. So it was not like an excuse, it was just like my way of life. But here I met this person that I could make out hours speaking to them. And I was still able to do every other thing I was doing before. Then I was asking myself, so imagine that I spoke to my previous partners on phone just 1 hour per day. And I was able to speak with this person 7 hours, 8 hours per day. So that extra 7 hours, what was I doing with it before? Because I was still doing the same things I was doing. I was still doing pretty much the same thing that I was doing before I met him. In fact, I would say that I was more productive, yet with little time. Yet I had time to invest in this other relationship, and it was working. It was then that I knew, no, this just has to be the person. Then the parts where I did a divination, and if I said, my priest was like, where did you meet this person? Like, where has this person been all along? Mind you, I said I have that same priest, I have been doing divination for me, for like 6 years, checking different people. And then he says, this person, he literally told me in his words, he said, I'm not doing a divination for anybody again. We have finally reached our bus stop, because this was a 90 plus over 100. If I did not say there was going to be any clause, life and you are succeeding is natural. That one is, people will hate, people will be envious, is normal. If you don't experience it, you are not living life.
He said,
You are not
if,
alive.
he said, if people are not
Envious of
envious of
you.
you or jealous of you,
Are you alive? Are you still living? So it's just been, it's been like that. I've shared my own story. I've talked about my own journey. And for him, where he was, it was the same thing.
relationship?
Relationship.
Um, responsible for healing and divination is
Mm-hmm,
called Agu.
mm-hmm.
When you start experiencing the difficulties and the misfortunes and the difficulties in relationships and financial setbacks and unclarity and isolation, people tell you that they say it in Igbo, they say Agwo Nama Onya, Agwo Nama this person. Agwo is influencing this person.
This
Agwo
person.
is after this person,
Okay.
right? So
Okay.
part of the some of the ways that they say, they know that Agwo Nama this person is that you're gonna experience difficulty in relationships. And that was my experience. Sometimes I will find people and we will get along when we start talking. The connection will be there, the vibe will be
Mm-hmm,
there
mm-hmm.
on the first meeting. And then we'll start chatting, how relationships are. And then all of a sudden, the person will just, some small thing will come up that will now get blown out of proportion. Just something that it will just be a difficulty that you cannot explain. And you're like, if this was this that, there was no reason why the thing should have blown up like this. Now dissolve the relationship. Some small disagreement, or maybe the person will get too busy, or maybe just for some reason they don't know why they should not continue
They
the
just
relationship. They
withdraw
just withdraw, like, exactly. They
for no
just
reason.
withdraw for no like serious reason whatsoever. So that was my experience, for the most part. Um,
And one of the reasons why we experience that people will just withdraw from us is spirit knows that it's not that they are bad people, and it's not that you are bad people. Spirit just knows that you see where you are going. You
this
don't need
person cannot
this.
follow you.
This person cannot follow you on that journey.
Or yes, or where yes, okay, in this case we're talking about being spiritual healers. This
Mm-hmm.
person can they're not a bad person. You
Mm-hmm.
may have complementary temperaments, you may
Mm-hmm.
have complementary interests, your
Mm-hmm.
personalities may align,
Mm-hmm.
but your destinies do not align.
It
And
does
for the
not.
kind of assignment you have as a spiritual person, um
They cannot
it,
handle it.
they can't handle it, and it's more priority. So spirit, and also again, remember what we said, people who prioritize love and
Mm-hmm.
the spirit knows, this person likes this thing, and if they get this thing, it will distract them from what they need to
Yeah.
do.
Oh
So
my
the spirit
God.
will mess it up.
That part.
Spirit will
So
mess
if
it up.
you're somebody that loves love, you're somebody that loves the idea of love, right? Love is priority to you. I'm one of those people. I prioritize love. I prioritize my relationship. I prioritize family. I love family. I love relationship. I love love. Spirit knows that once you get it right, if for somebody like me, if I got relationship right before I answered my calling, that was pretty much everything.
Yeah, you'll do everything in your power to keep
to
it.
keep that
So
relationship.
they know that
So if spiritual calling came, I will be likely to prioritize that person over
over
my spiritual
that
calling. I
calling.
mean, I won't want to break a relationship where I have been there, I have invested so much, the person has invested so
Mm.
much in me, and then I will now say one call, which is the situation that so many people are. Your partners don't understand your spiritual calling. You started out as Christians. You now wake up one morning and say, Orisha said something. It cannot.
Mm.
And when you consider the years you have put into that relationship, you
You
consider
think
you understand how wonderful your partner has been to you, you will
you think
choose
is it
them.
yeah, you choose them, you choose them and you choose what you've built.
What exactly? You
So
will
you're
choose
like,
what you have built with them over that calling. So sometimes, and I would consider us very lucky, very favored that spirits didn't allow previous relationships to work. When we decided to answer the call and everything, and we were about to meet each other, it was coming from a place of, it wasn't a struggle of, this person and this, how do I choose,
explain to them,
because another
yes,
person is not even one person that is involved in Africa. Marriage is a whole family that is involved.
involved.
How do you just walk away from all of that because what you have a calling? Excuse me. Then the next thing you start to hear is that God cannot call you to something that is going to affect your home and your marriage and families, and that's true. Spiritual calling is not supposed to tear us apart from people that love us. That's the truth. But at least
But
with family is easier because you can choose your life. But when it comes to spouses, it's not so easy because it's no
yes,
longer your life. That
yes,
thing you have built from for years
yeah,
is somebody else's life,
life.
is somebody else's success. Somebody else has invested in it, and you just want to throw everything away because you found a calling. So, which is why it is so easy for spirit to not just allow that part to work. And when it now works, you see the person and you find out that, like, for him, the most part, when you had to tell people that, ask your previous partners about what they think about African
Ah,
spirituality and
once you bring that up now, again, as Nigerians, most of us are Christian.
other
Um,
Christians or
But then you
Muslims.
mentioned African spirituality. It's very rare that you find someone who actually holds some space to consider what it means or what it's saying in it. You know,
Yeah.
it's
So
not
it's
very
not
rare.
it's very
They may
easy.
have their own personal experiences about it, but they don't even feel comfortable enough to share that with just anybody. And there's no telling that you are that person for them to share it
For
with,
them to share it
even
with.
as they are Christian. So they don't even want to experience the discomfort that comes with it, even though you're bringing the topic of African spirituality to them. So
So for those of us with spiritual calling, is like that calling already has narrowed down our choices, our options, our options when it comes to spouses.
as at now, as at this
Yeah,
time, in this
yeah. In this
climate,
time, yeah, in this
yeah,
time and age, is not. It is one thing for the person to say, you know what? Yes, I'm open to African spirituality. It is another thing for the person to say, I'm ready to live with and work with somebody who is an active spiritual healer. That's another level on
love,
its own.
response, yeah,
And for most people, all they are just asking is, God, Olodumare, my Ori, my Orisha. Let me just find somebody that will accept this thing and will allow me to practice.
mm,
Just that. We are not even asking for someone that also practices the same thing. Someone that would follow you up, will be your fan, will be your support, will be that person that you can share anything with. Like, you can wake up at night and call your partner and say, I had this dream. And they'll say, this and this is what it means. Let's go and do this
mm,
spiritual work. Most of us think it is almost impossible to have
find
that,
out.
which is what I say each time we speak, that you and I is like way beyond what I could have ever asked for. Yes, I wanted somebody that would be supportive, but would I have had the confidence to be able to ask for somebody that is also a spiritual healer, somebody that is also an authority from the spirit world, someone that is also, you know, that has gone through the same thing and has decided for, this is my life today. So that if I wake up one morning and say, oh, babe, I have to go to somewhere, to be there for 2 weeks to do this and this, he understands. Because a time will come when it will be him. We can talk about things. I can gist about anything. I'm not hiding certain information from my partner. I don't know how to explain it, but this is exactly what we said earlier when I said, for the things that you have lost, that you think that you have lost as you answer your spiritual calling, spirits will bring everything back for you. You will recover everything, and it will happen so good and so fast that you would wonder, wow, is this actually a thing? Can this really be real? Can this be what it is? So yeah,
Mm.
2 weeks ago I said I was engaged to this person. I know, and trust me, I appreciate the fact that he's doing this, because when in a family you have that person that is the social media person, the person for the content, and you have the other partner that is just, oh no, oh no, I can't do this thing. Yeah, so he's the one. So for for him to be here with me today is like, I love you, I support you, I believe in you, I believe in what we're doing. That is how that's how it is. So,
Mm.
and I'm grateful that we're doing this life together. I'm grateful that I had to go through all of those previous relationships to be able, before I got to you,
Mm.
before we found each other, because I learned a lot from those relationships. I learned what love for me was not supposed to be. And it made me to recognize it when I met you. It was easy for me to just know that this is what, because I have seen what it wasn't supposed to
To
be.
be. Mm.
So it's a whole lot easier. And then you see that peace and calmness that comes with being with you. And I sometimes I envy people that are your clients in spiritual work, because you see, when you have a spiritual healer that heals from the place of peace and calmness, is like, is the best place to heal from. You have met some spiritualists who work from the place of, what is it, this and this, wait, fall down and die, fire.
But there are different strokes for different
I
folks.
know. There are people that need that. Some people
So people
need
need that
spiritual.
that's a
They
hand
need
so that they know that
firm and hard
that they feel like they've done work.
spiritual healers. No,
There's
some
some
people
people
even
that they
need it.
need that.
Some
Yeah.
of you, though, that's the kind of person you need on your journey.
Yeah.
But you see, some of us, we don't need that. We just need calmness and quietness. And if he's working with you on a spiritual journey, he brings that calmness, he brings that peace, he brings that clarity. The energy he works with bring that. So for me to have to experience that every day, like every moment,
Mm.
is wonderful, is more than I could ever ask for, because I have seen the other side of it.
Mm.
It comes with, it's like I ask the universe for peace, and the universe is answering me for peace through you,
Mm.
because the kind of work I do every day is already chaotic.
Mm.
The kind of people I have to work with and what they are going through, sometimes I'm like, God, I thought I've seen it all. Then another client will come with another situation, and I'm like, what? But after all of that, you go to a partner that just gives you calmness. It is underrated. So
And
I'm
also
grateful. Yeah.
on my own end is also also focused and also having a deep understanding of spiritual experience, spiritual responsibility,
Mm-hmm.
and being just being a good partner. I think that's what everybody prays for, and I'm lucky that I have that in you. So
Oh, yes, I'm that partner. Yes, I'm the one to talk about. Yes. Okay, so yes, let me say this. Thank you for the congratulatory messages. Somebody said, "Are you guys married?" Yes, we
uh-huh.
are. We are.
Yeah.
That's my husband. Yes. So yes, we're married. Thank you very much. Thank you. Forever. It was too much to ask for somebody. It was scary,
But forever is a
overwhelming.
lot.
It's a long time.
Forever is
It's a
forever
long
means
time. It doesn't
forever is a
end.
lot. It
It's
doesn't
a
end.
long time.
But at least you know that for the foreseeable future, in a way, there's that
Yes.
peace within you that
That
okay, um, feels better facing whatever that future looks like with this person.
with this
Yes, and I
person,
that's what
it's
that's
just,
everyone's prayer.
yeah, it's really beautiful thinking that for someone like me, I don't know where other people stand, but for someone like me that I used to love on surface level. I used to love on surface level. When I see people and they say, that man died last week, and after 1 month, or that man died last year, and after 6 months, his wife could not survive with that. I used to wonder, what is the meaning of that? How can
Some people are that
no? I used
intertwined
to
and
wonder how can somebody die and then you want to what how no now I felt what is it what
such people are usually each other's lifelines.
like I'm like what is this how would somebody know how I can survive without anybody. I used to tell myself that like for people that know me, I can survive. I'm okay. I'm by myself. I'm fine. There's nothing that's going to happen. But then I meet somebody and I'm literally saying, babe, when we come to this life again, I want to still be with you. God. That day I listened to myself and I said, what did you just say? What? Like, I can't believe that will ever be me. What? If I come to this life again, it should be you. Why? Why would it be you? I mean, I have not had that level of connection with anybody. Have I been in love? Yes. But have I had that level of connection with somebody that sometimes I just look into his eyes and I'm like, are you real? Is this
Uh-huh.
real?
Hello.
Are we really doing this? Like,
Yeah, that are we
are
really,
we are we
yeah.
are we
This
are
really
we really
happening
is
for
this really
us.
happening for us? Is this how it is? Is it what it means when they say you finally found somebody that you just fix with and it's just
Mm.
like that? And I know a lot of people will say, oh, didn't you feel like that in your previous relationship? See, I'm somebody that doesn't know how to lie. I'm too open and too, I will tell you the truth. I mean, I told a couple of my previous partners, I will tell you this, in case it doesn't work, you understand, see, we can still be friends. And they're like, why would you say that? Because deep down, I know in case it doesn't work, we will both be fine. No, it's okay. It's not anything. It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make me a bad person. But for the first time, I'm meeting somebody and I'm like, babe, the only way it has to do is work. There's no
Mm.
option. Like this just has to work. I
Mm.
cannot imagine life if this is not working, and it is going to work. And then you have this confirmation with Ifa that this works.
Mm.
That this is what it is. So that gives you the
Then
confidence.
on that extra layer of assurance,
Mhm.
I think that's what just an extra layer of assurance beyond our
Physical human
own
efforts.
physical human effort and our own limited vision. Like we put
Mm-hmm,
our
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. You know, and yeah, I'm grateful. I'm happy. I'm happy that I'm finally at this point because shortly before now I thought this wasn't going to happen for me and I just felt it was okay. Sometimes I even felt I was asking for too much. Finance Financially, you want to be okay, you want to have kids, you want to be married, you want to have a spiritual call, you want to be able to do all these great things you alone. At some point I was thinking if I didn't get it right in relationship, if I never had one, I just felt it was okay. It's okay. We can't have it all, you know. But then you now have this, and it looks like wow. So you can have it, and it makes sense because I know that my previous relationship, I invested a lot in people. I invested a lot. So at least the universe making it my Ori, my Eleda, making it like, okay, you know what? You didn't just invest all those things to waste. It's going to pay off, you understand? It's going to make sense. And this is another thing that I'm going to say as we round off, right? Is you see, when you are going on a journey and spirits are directing you to a particular thing or a particular place and you don't understand what it is. I remember that before now, I mean, middle of this year, nobody knew me on TikTok. I did not have a TikTok account. As at the middle of this year, yes, I didn't have a TikTok account.
which year 2024.
Sorry, last year, sorry, middle of last year. I didn't have a TikTok account as at middle of last year. And I was active on Instagram and Facebook and WhatsApp, YouTube, but not on TikTok because I didn't believe people on TikTok were serious people. I just thought people come to TikTok to just dance,
And that
challenge,
was earlier
shake their
pandemic
bum bum,
period.
and just
Some people
go
still do that, but
skit and
the dancing has
has
reduced.
reduced. So I used to think that was just all. And then the social media manager of my company kept on saying we needed to be on TikTok. And I'm like, no, I don't want to. And it's like, just do it. And then at a point, my spirit said, try out what this guy is talking about. Just
Mm.
do it. What's it going to cost you? What do you stand to lose? And I told him, I said, anyways, you'll be the one that will be logging into the account. In fact, I gave him um FAQ, frequently asked questions and answers, and how to answer it. He's not Yoruba. I gave it to him. I said, if somebody asks this question, just answer. Just tell them, send the message on WhatsApp because I'm not going to log into that app. I'm not downloading that app on my phone. And then I did my first TikTok video, and people are asking questions. I came from TikTok. I saw it from I'm like, okay, this app looks like now people. Yes, there are social media meeting places, but to think that that same app is where
Yes.
we met. And I'm like, what if I didn't answer? What if I was just being stubborn about it? And I'm like, I'm not going to do it.
Truth is, you never know where um, you never know where your blessing will come from, but you don't know. That's just what I have to say. You never know where your blessing will come from. Sometimes I'm not very familiar with certain apps, certain
Things,
things, and then someone they does that slight experiment to try it, and then it yields
you
results in a way
know.
that are not what you expected directly.
Uh huh.
Because usually coming on here is just to create awareness
Uh
and
huh.
to maybe set up a community, and then you find someone else or something else that still advances
Mm-hmm.
your. You never really know. Just you do the best you can, and
Yeah. So here we are. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all the congratulatory messages. We're grateful. And then this is a unique love story, and we thought that we can share it with the
public
rest of the
opportunity.
world, on a daily basis on the other page, right? So exactly. Yes, yes. We're looking for something specific and we are here. So our love story, our journey is unique. And I feel like there are lots of people that would learn from it. And I have come to understand that certain experiences that we go through as people with spiritual calling is so that we're able to guide other people, so that we're able to share our knowledge to guide other people. Just sharing my story, I know a lot of people that has been like, oh, so you're also experiencing this. Yesterday we were speaking to another couple that are also spiritual healers, and they also have spiritual callings, right? And then we found out that, when the two of them were sharing their story, I'm like, it's good to know that we're not alone. It's good to know that I'm not the only one that is going through this, even at this level that we are, at this level that people think that we are. We still need to be reminded that, oh, this journey is not you alone that is there. So when it comes to marriage and relationships, for people that are called in African spirituality, I feel like we can share our own story, and that's why we decided to start up a brand that is a combination of both of us. The page on Instagram is Ewa and Kana. I will comment with that page. You can follow. That's where we're going to share our story and our journey. Now, somebody might be wondering, what is it that they want to talk about? Is it just going to be another page where people are just posting about, themselves and their lives? No, I feel like we uniquely have. Oh my goodness, somebody has tagged.
Yes, please bless.
Okay, so let me see. Okay, so I would comment with the page. There is a separate page for that where we're going to be sharing the story, sharing our journey coming from First of all, we started as a long distance relationship couple, and that was that's not, I mean, it's hard for people that are not, it's not a, see, it is in this time and age is where so many people will find love. A lot of people will find love in long
Yeah,
distance.
exactly. Especially when you tell people, say, you see, how did you two meet? You met online. For some people, it still sounds online still sounds like a wilderness because they can't imagine,
Yes, yes.
But I think that's how most people meet now online.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a thing of what part of online did you meet? Did you meet on
Exactly.
TikTok? Did you meet on Instagram? Did you meet on on Facebook? I don't know. Or did you meet on a dating app? All of that
Yeah.
still counts as online.
Yeah. So, and then I feel like we don't, so that's the page. Just follow the page, the Ewa and Kana page. You would have content there talking about love and spirituality, long distance, how we were able to navigate that part. I didn't know that I could be able to put out an average of 7 8 hours every day talking to someone. I didn't know that I could do it. And we did it, and we were still able to have our normal lives here. And then, two people from different cultures, different backgrounds, and still practicing spirituality and being spiritual authorities and not being in that competitive thing, because that's one thing that I'd experienced in the past when I had tried to go into relationships with people that are also spiritual healers, priests. Is she's more she's more popular. People know her more. You know, I'm the man. I'm the one that is supposed to have the center stage. The fact that we are both spiritual authorities and we are navigating it beautifully. We know that more people want to hear that, more people want to learn from that. So we have that to share. Intertribal marriage in Nigeria is still a
It's still a
major issue
thing.
because they are Yoruba, because they are Igbo, because they are Hausa, because they are from. Some people will even say because they are from another state. You are from the same tribe, but you can't marry. You are Ibadan, Esha from Ekiti. How are we able to navigate telling family that, you know what, I want to marry a priest, I want to marry a Dibia, I want to marry an IYANIFA, coming from a Christian background? How did they take that with family? We have a lot to share, and it's going to be interesting. Then, Africa has still not accepted that age difference thing where everybody feels that the man should be a few years older than the woman. So the man should be older than the woman is not even the thing, no, because if the age gap is still too much, they say, oh, you're marrying a man that is old enough to be your father. And then if the man is financially successful, you are marrying him because of money. So they say, marry a man that is older than you, but not too older than you. Marry a man that is more financially buoyant than you, but don't marry a billionaire or a millionaire if you are not yet, you know these things. So we have that unique dynamics with age. We don't have the regular, the man is older than the woman thing. The reverse is what it is. So how are we handling that? How does that come into play as an African, as somebody that is answering spiritual calling? And then okay, so coming from me that I had been married more than once, you know, and then for him that has never been married before, how do you navigate that kind of relationship? It's not what is welcomed in Africa. It's not what we are used to in this part of the world, right? But then we also need to that. Sorry. We also need to understand that that will just be the story of some people. Some single guys who have never been married, who have never had kids before, will just find love and future with a single mom. And I feel like there's a lot that has to be said with that, because a lot of women like myself who has gone through relationships where it was not. Sorry, the network went off a bit. So is it up? Is it on your end?
It's working now.
It's
Yeah.
working now. Okay, so let's just round off. So all of this and more is what we want to share. So we will have a different page for that, and then we'll just be able to explain. This is how it's working for us. Just share the real life experiences. It's not like there's a marriage or relationship rule somewhere. Just be able to share real life experiences and say this is what it has been for us, and other people are able to learn. Then create an environment for people to be able to say that, to be able to share what their own experiences are, and we'll just be able to advise here and there, and of course as spiritualists guide you back to spirituality, because you finding your path in spirituality is what is going to bring that stability you need in your relationship. So thank you so much, so much, so much, so much. Yes, it's back. Yes, we are back on. Thank you so much for staying in here. And I think that the other page is off. Okay, no, it's not. So if you want to enjoy that other part of us that is different from spiritual, that is different from being priest and priestesses, the page I'm trying to, I don't know what's up. Yes. So we can just follow the page. By next month, we'll start to upload content there. And please, let me just say this. I know the internet is brutal, I know, but you guys just try and be kind. Just try and be kind. Understand that it has taken a lot for people to be able to step out and share their life story. It's not easy. So just be kind. We are not under any obligation to do this. We just feel that people will be able to learn more. People will be able to find peace, to find love again. People that have lost hope on what life is supposed to be, you'll be able to find that is the reason we are doing it. So just try. You understand? Try and be kind. Try and be kind when you're on that page. Don't come there and you know that the two people that are on that page are spiritualists. So if you try and do anything stupid,
Easy.
if you do anyhow, you will see anyhow, because me, I'm not that nice. I came on my own page to express my love on my own page. If you don't resonate with my page, just carry yourself and go scroll up. Nobody's under a page. So don't come under my post and be saying, I'm not saying don't give your opinion, no, but do it in a nice way. Let's do it with love. Let's appreciate the fact that it takes a lot of strength to be vulnerable. It takes a lot of strength to be vulnerable. All right. So thank you very much. We're glad for having you today. Thank you so much. I love you. Thank you. Thank you so much for having us today. So, how do we end our program? Lovers no carry the fire away. This is still IFA College. So, how do we, when we come to an end of an IFA program, how do we end it? What do we do? Tell me what's the next thing. We have passed love. Scroll, scroll. Love has gone. Oh, yeah. Next thing. What's the next thing to do as we end our program? Is our prayer. Iwure, Iwure, all right. Iwure, that's what we're going to do. So we are going to have our Iwure now. I would handle that. So, ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe ìwúre o. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to everybody who has been on this live streaming. Ẹ ṣé, mo dúpẹ́. Owó tẹ́ fi ń ra data tẹ́ fi ń stream live wa kò ní tán níbẹ̀. Àpò ṣàṣàmúra ìgbẹ́, àpò yìí ò ní gbẹ o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ajé ìlọ́po 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 báyìí ló máa jẹ́ fún yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ire ajé, ire owó, ire ọlá á dúró tì yín. Thank you very much for everybody that has been here. Yeah. Thank you very much for everybody that has been here, for everybody that has streamed, all the Babalawo and the Yanifas. Thank you so much. Okay. And all the Divias that have gone to all the Asian wines and the Divias. Thank you so much for coming. I love you. I appreciate you. Ẹ ṣé gan ni o, a dúpẹ́ o, ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe ìwúre o. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm grateful. This means a lot. It means a lot to us. Please, can you only set that? It's not charging. Yeah, I don't know why it's not charging. Okay, thank you. Àṣèbà kọ́dá, àṣèbà ṣẹ̀dá, àṣèbà gbogbo àwọn agbára tó solé ayé ró. A ní kí bà wá ṣẹ o. Mo ṣèwúre fún yín lénìí pé ojú tẹ́ fi ń wò mí báyìí kò ní fọ́, èyí tẹ́ fi ń gbọ́ mi kò ní di. Gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ fi tọ ifá wá á tó yín lọ́wọ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Kí ló dé tí mo ṣe gba ifá kò ní jábọ́ lẹ́nu ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan wa? Kí ló dé tí mi ò ṣe tí ìgbà tipẹ́tipẹ́tipẹ́ sẹ́yìn? Òun ló máa jẹ́ tiwa torí ifá asọ̀rọ̀dayọ̀ ló ń pe ifá. Ifá máa sọ ọ̀rọ̀ èmi àti yín á sọ dayọ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní àtórí ẹni tí ò sunwọ̀n ṣe ni fá. Níbi gbogbo tá a bá ti rò pé orí wa ò sunwọ̀n ní ìyàwó ni o, nílera ni o, lórí ọkọ ni o, lórí ọmọ ni o, lórí aya ni o, lórí iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe ni o, ibi tó bá kù díẹ̀ káàtó fún orí wa, Ifá bá wa tún ṣe, Ifá bá wa tún ìrìn àjò wa ṣe, pàápàá jùlọ lọ́nà tá à ń tọ̀ torí ń gbé wa lọ, tẹ́sẹ̀ ń gbé wa lọ, gbogbo bí tá a bá ti ṣìnà, Ifá dá wa padà sí ọ̀nà tó yẹ ká gbà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ire owó, ire ọlá, ire ọlà báyìí òun ló máa jẹ́ tiwa. Nǹkan rere la máa bára wa ṣe o. Mi ò ní fi yín ṣàwátì, ẹ̀yin náà ò ní fi mí ṣàwátì láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ọjọ́ ajé lọ́la, ajé ògúngúlùsọ̀, onísọ̀ bòjì, ajé tó ń sọ ẹrú di ọmọ, ajé tó ń sọ ẹni tó wà lẹ́yìn tó ń sọ di èrò wájú, ajé á sọ gbogbo nǹkan tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó nínú ọ̀rọ̀ ajé yín á sọ di ní ńlá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ ṣoríire mọ́ tilẹ̀, àníkún àlékún báyìí ni ti pèrègún, àníkún àlékún òun ló máa jẹ́ tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àní táwó náà, ibi táwọn ẹgbẹ́ wa ti ń náwó àní bá wọn nájú níbẹ̀, ọwọ́ wa ò ní kàn sálẹ̀ àpò láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní àpò ṣàṣàmúrà ìgbẹ́, àpò wa ò ní gbẹ fówó, kò ní gbẹ fọ́lá, kò ní gbẹ fọ́là láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Obì tó ń bikú á bikú dànù nínú ayé wa, obì tó ń bí àrùn á bí àrùn dànù nínú ayé wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní nínú igbó báyìí la máa ń gbé obì sí. Ọmọ aráyé máa ń lalẹ̀, ó máa ń la ọ̀nà, ó máa ń là kan ni. Àwọn èèyàn jàǹkànjàǹkàn lẹ́ẹ̀kan tó ń solé ayé yìí ró, wọ́n á lànà oore kàn yín, wọ́n á lànà ọlá kàn yín, wọ́n á lànà ọlà kàn yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo bí tá a bá wá kọjú sí, ẹ̀yọ́nú Elédùmarè la máa bá níbẹ̀, nítorí wọ́n níjọ́ tí òrì bá fojú kan ọ̀run báyìí, ìjọ́ yẹn ló ń yọ́, gbogbo ọmọ aráyé máa yọ́nú sí yín. Ọkùnrin ni, obìnrin ni, ọmọdé ni, àgbà ni, dúdú ni, funfun ni, lẹ́bọ lóògùn ni, adáhunṣe ni, oníṣègùn ni, babaláwo ni, wòlíì ni, amọ́niṣe ni, afàìmọ́niṣe ni, oṣólé ni, àjẹlé ni, gbogbo wọn pátápátá báyìí wọ́n máa yọ́nú sí yín ni. Ẹ ní tójú ayé mọ́lẹ̀, ẹ ní ṣìsọ, ẹ ní ṣìwé. Ẹni tẹ́ ẹ máa ṣẹ̀ tí ò ní dáríjì yín, orí àtẹlẹ́dà ò ní jẹ́ ká ṣẹ̀ wọn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn alálẹ̀ ilẹ̀ yìí wọ́n á dúró tì wá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ifá bá wa ṣe, Elédùmarè á bá wa ṣe, àwọn aláṣepọ̀ á bá wa ṣe, àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn wọ́n á dúró tì wá, wọ́n á bá wa ṣe. ó ti jú àwọn ti ará iwájú ṣe, tiwa ò ní ṣòro ṣe o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Bá a ṣe ń gbé tùtù wa tá à ń gbẹ́bọ wa, ẹbọ wa fín, ẹbọ wa dà, ẹbọ wa dòde ọ̀run. Igúnnugún tí ń jẹbọ ọ̀ṣálú ayé á gbẹbọ wa, àkàlàmàgò tí ń jẹbọ ọ̀ṣálú ọ̀run á gbẹbọ wa. Wọn ò ní da ẹbọ wa sí wa láyà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo bá a ṣe ń lù ú á máa dún fún wa ni, gbogbo bá a ṣe ń pè é á máa jẹ́ fún wa ni. Àwa ní fọmọ ṣiṣẹ́, àní fọkọ ṣiṣẹ́, àní fi ara wa báyìí àní fi ṣiṣẹ́. Iṣẹ́ tẹ́lẹ́dùmarè ọba aláàánú tó ti parí, iṣẹ́ táwọn ìyá mi ti parí, òun ló máa gbé wá síwájú wa. Gbogbo babaláwo, gbogbo ìyánífá, gbogbo bàbá lórìṣà, gbogbo ìyá lórìṣà tó wà lórí live streaming yìí, ire owó, ire ọlá, ire ọlà ló máa jẹ́ tiwa. Iṣẹ́ tó ti parí báyìí, òun ló máa gbé wá fún wa. Bó jẹ́ yẹ̀pẹ̀ lẹ dì fún wọn, bó jẹ́ omi lẹ dì fún wọn, á bá wọn lára mu. Èyí tẹ́lẹ́dùmarè fẹ́ kó ṣe, òun ló máa ṣe fún wọn. Àwọn alálẹ̀ ilẹ̀ yìí wọ́n á máa gbà fún wa, wọn ò ní dá sí wa lára láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo agbára tó solé ayé ró, wọ́n á dúró tì wá, wọ́n á ṣílẹ̀kùn ọlà fún wa, wọ́n á ṣílẹ̀kùn ọlá fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo àwa tá a jẹ́ òbí, tá a lọ́mọ tá a bí, àtàwọn tá à ń tọ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, àní jẹ̀bi lórí ìkọ̀kọ́nú àwọn ọmọ wa, àní jẹ̀bi lórí ìkọ̀kọ́nú àwọn ọmọ wa. Ọmọ aráyé ò ní fọmọ, wọn ò ní fi bá wa jà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Nǹkan tá a nílò láti fi tọ́ àwọn ọmọ wa kò ní wọ́n wa, àní ráwọn owó, àní ráwọn ọlá, àní ráwọn ọlà lórí àwọn ọmọ wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ọmọ tí a ti wá fojú wa rí, àwọn ọmọ tó bí lójú wa, àní rí gbẹ̀yìn wọn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, àní fojú sunkún nǹkankan nù wọn, àní mọ sàárè wọn. Ẹrù tábíámọ tí ò kì í tú wò, wọn ò ní gbé ká wa mọ́lé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọn ò ní bọ́ bàtà ọ̀fọ̀ síwájú ilé ìkọ̀kan nù wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Òkú àgbà la máa ṣe, àwọn àgbàlagbà wa tó ti dàgbà, tó ti darúgbó, tó ti fèrègì jobi, àwọn la máa sìn lọ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ibi tẹ́ ẹ bá ti wá ń fà tí ò tí ì tó, Elédùmarè ọba aláàánú á jẹ́ kẹ́ fà kó tó ra wọn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ wà lókè òkun, gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ wà lẹ́yìn odi, tẹ́ ẹ ti ń ṣiṣẹ́, èrè oko báyìí òun lẹ máa kó wálé, ẹ ní kú sájò bí èéfín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ọkọ ọba, àdá ọba kò ní ṣàkọ́kọ́ nú wa lẹ́sẹ̀ o. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wá ń ṣiṣẹ́, tẹ́ ẹ bá máa fẹ̀yìntì báyìí, gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ ń ṣiṣẹ́ ọba, ẹ̀yin lẹ máa fẹ̀yìntì, tẹ́ ẹ máa gbẹ̀tọ́ yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọn ò ní gbà nítorí yín, tẹ́ ẹ bá dẹ̀ gbà, ẹ ní fi wo àìsàn, ẹ ní fi wo jàǹbá, ẹ ní fi ṣẹjọ́, ẹ ní fi ṣẹ̀wọ̀n láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ibi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá kọjú sí, ire owó, ire ọlá ni ẹ máa wá fún yín. Ṣèbí wọ́n sọ pé ire báyìí lójú owó ń rí, ojú owó ò kì í rẹ́gbìn, ojú yín ò ní rẹ́gbìn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Tá a bá wá rẹ́ni tó wá sọ pé ó kù bí tẹ́ ẹ máa gbé gbà, ẹ rìn lójú ẹ̀. Ẹni tó bá ní kò ní ṣojú òun, ẹ ní dé bá ń lé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń jáde, ẹ ní jáde lékú lọ́wọ́, àní jáde lé àrùn lọ́wọ́. Ẹni tá a dágbére fún kò ní mọ ibi tá a lọ, a máa lọ re, a máa bọ̀ re ni o. Fún gbogbo àwọn aláboyún, gbogbo àwọn olóyún, bẹ́ẹ̀ wà lórí láìfì yìí ni o, àbẹ́lẹ́nì kankan tó lóyún sínú tí wọ́n diwọ́ disẹ̀ sínú níjọ́ ìkúnlẹ̀ wọn báyìí, bó ṣe ń fi ẹsẹ̀ kan kúnlẹ̀ lọ́ máa fi ti kejì dìde. Bá a ṣe ń gbóhùn ọmọ la máa gbóhùn ìyá. Bàbá náà ò ní gbẹ̀yìn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ire àṣepé odindi báyìí tí atare ń di tiẹ̀, òun lọ́ máa gbé wá fún wa. Wọn ò ní fún wa níre àbọ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo nǹkan tá a bá dáwọ́ wa lé, ire ló máa yọjú sí. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń ṣòwò, tẹ́ ń tàjà, àtàwàràwàrà báyìí, àtàjèrè báyìí, òun ló máa jẹ́ fún yín o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ibi tá a bá lọ, àní bá wọn kábàámọ̀ níbẹ̀, àní ṣẹ̀ sí ìta gbangba. Ọmọ aráyé ò ní kán wa léyìn ọ̀kan láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ wá ń yọwó, tẹ́ fi ń fún wa ní gift, ajé á máa bù sígbà yín, ẹ máa lájé lọ́wọ́, ẹ ní lọ́rùn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní àti kékeré báyìí ni ṣẹkunṣẹkun ti ń gbégbá ajé lọ́mọ tiẹ̀ lórí. Igbá ajé báyìí òun làwọn ọmọ yín máa gbé títí dọjú alẹ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ọmọ yín kankan ò ní ráwọn owó lójú ẹ̀mí yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ibi tá a bá wá ń lọ, àìsàn kéré ni o, ó tóbi ni o, ó gbóògùn ni o, kò gbóògùn ni, wọn ò ní fàìsàn ṣe wá. Àní dùbúlẹ̀ àìsàn fún ọmọ ò ní dùbúlẹ̀ àìsàn fún wa. Ọmọ aráyé ò ní fi ṣan àtomi ara wa, wọn ò ní fi dà wá láàmú láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ire owó, ire ọlá báyìí òun la máa rí. Ìfọ̀kànbalẹ̀, ìdùnnú àti ayọ̀ òun ló máa jẹ́ tiwa. Àní bá wọn dúpẹ́ tipátipá láyé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ẹni tó bá wá sọ pé ó kù bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa ṣe, gbogbo ẹni tó bá ní kẹ́ ẹ jọ kàláyé kẹ́ ẹ lọ gbọbẹ̀ lọ́rùn, wọ́n máa iwájú báyìí ni àwọn ló máa ṣíwájú yín lọ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ògúnlákayé Ọ̀ṣìmọ̀lẹ̀ á fi ẹ̀jẹ̀ wọn wẹ̀, á fi ẹ̀jẹ̀ àwọn ọ̀tá yín wẹ̀, ẹ̀jẹ̀ wọn báyìí lẹ máa mú lẹ máa fi débi gíga láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ire owó ire ọlá òun la máa rí o, ire lójú wa máa rí. Gbogbo àwọn tó solé ayé ró wọn ò ní bá wa jà. Àní ríjà omi o, àní ríjà Ọ̀ṣun, àní ríjà Ayémọjà, àní ríjà àwọn alálẹ̀ ilẹ̀. Ire ìyọ́nú àti ìbùkún wọn òun la máa rí. Bá a ṣe ń kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ nínú Ifá, Ifá gbè wá, ìṣẹ̀ṣe á gbè wá, àwọn alálẹ̀ ilẹ̀ yìí wọ́n á gbè wá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní àbálá ni alágẹmọ bá ń dá, òrìṣà òkè ó máa ń bá a gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. A ti dábàá lénìí bí alágẹmọ ṣe ń dábàá, òrìṣà òkè ti bá wa gbà, wọ́n ti bá wa fàṣẹ sí. Wọ́n ní táfẹ́fẹ́ bá fẹ́ àkàngi oko lára. Níbi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá wà, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Europe, tẹ́ wà l'Amẹ́ríkà, tẹ́ wà ní China, tẹ́ wà ní Africa, gbogbo bí gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá wà, bí atẹ́gùn ṣe ń fẹ́ kàn yín, ìwúre yìí ti fẹ́ dọ́dọ̀ yín, ó dẹ̀ ti ṣẹ mọ́ yín lára láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Èyí tá a ti wí, àṣẹ ti gùn, arọ̀ ti rọ̀ mọ́, ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀, ó ti ṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń sọ ní gbogbo odù Ifá, wọ́n ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n wá ń ṣẹnu lere yin awo, awo yin Ifá, Ifá yin Elédùmarè. Lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ayé yín ẹ̀ padà wá yin awo, awo á tì torí yín à yin Ifá, Ifá sì yin Elédùmarè. Ọpẹ́ ló máa já sí o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Títí ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀ tá tún máa pàdé lórí ètò yín ètò wa Sunday morning live streaming with Priestess Ẹwà pẹ̀lú IYANIFA Ẹwà. Mo ní ire ni o, nílé lóko lẹ́yìn odi, ire la máa gbọ́ síra wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. For all the prayers and the wúre that we made, whether you understand English or not, ó ti ṣẹ mọ́ yín lára. So shall it be for you, for me, and for every one of us. Thank you very much for participating again, and I will see you the same time next week. If you are joining for the first time, there will be a replay of this on the YouTube channel IYANIFA Ewa TV. You can get to the YouTube channel by clicking on the link in the bio of this page. If you are watching a replay, you can join us live every Sunday at 12 noon Nigerian time, 11 a.m. UK time, 7 a.m. EST at this time, 3 p.m. in Dubai. You can join us on the live streaming. This is the IFAKOLE TikTok page. And thank you so much. Replays of other previous live streamings too are on our YouTube channel. Register at the IFA College. We have 6 courses at the moment. IFA Studies, which talks about our religion and spirituality. We have Orisha Herbalism and Traditional Medicine, which talks about traditional medicine from our ancestors and from our roots. We have Oshun Fertility and Midwifery, which talks about reproductive health for both male and female, fertility, maternity, and every good stuff that has to do with it, as given to Orisha Oshun. We have Yoruba Studies, where you learn about Yoruba language, Yoruba literature, and Yoruba vocabulary. And then we have our short course, IFA and Computer Science and Computer Studies. What is the relationship between IFA and computer studies? We're going to learn it there. And then we have our latest course, Henry Dilogun Studies, where you learn how to do divinations and the 16 odors with the cowrie shell. Until same time next week, I remain yours, IYANIFA Ewa, the founder of IFA College. Thank you very much for all your congratulatory messages, and I really appreciate it. I love you, and I will see you next week. In case you have any questions that I did not answer, please just send a DM. If you have the WhatsApp number, send the message via WhatsApp, and I will respond to you. Those of you that sent messages via WhatsApp already, I will respond to you shortly after this live streaming. And if you're catching a replay, the WhatsApp number will be in the description box below, or you can drop a comment if you have any questions outside of what we have taught today. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀, ó dàbọ̀. Have a lovely week, and thank you.